into a million pieces when I don't know where to start, when I forget where my peace is, when you fall apart into a million pieces, when you don't know where to start, I'll put you back together. I'll put you back together again. You put me back together. You put me back together again.
Are you doing well? Are you taking your time? Do you carry your heart heavy as mine? Are you walking the long road, trying to fly? Oh, I always thought you'd be the one by my side. I would fall right in to your love, 'cause I'm crashing into us, burning at both ends. For your love, let me fall again into love, I would cross the lines in the open sea just to be near your island, sway in your breeze. I'm building a bridge now, stronger than the tide. I'm coming over so I could try to tell you that I would fall right in to your love, 'cause I'm crashing into us, burning at both ends. For your love, can we fall again into love. I would fall right into your love, 'cause I'm crashing into us, burning at both ends. For your love, can we fall again? Into love.
All day you climb, and right back down the other side. How far will you go? With no guarantee, you know.
Good morning. Happy Easter. What a gorgeous Colorado spring Easter morning. And, you know, we can have a day like today that's going to be 81. We've also done Easters in blizzards before,
That's right? That's right. Hey, Jess, let's dive in.
Okay.
Hey, so we thought
in.
we thought we'd have some fun right now, and Jess and I are going to kind of ping pong this a little bit. And I'll let you go first, try to stumping me.
Okay, so we have Easter trivia. Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, so Rod.
Okay.
In the 13th century, the church prohibited eating what during Holy Week? 13th century.
Okay, so can I poll the crowd?
Yes.
Anybody want to help me? What couldn't they eat in the 13th century during Holy Week? Anybody? Breakfast. Okay. More specific. Pork.
That's a good guess.
Pork. Anybody else? Oh.
Hey.
Well,
I wonder if it... Okay, the answer is eggs.
Oh,
so
eggs.
I wonder if it was deviled.
Good job, John, and our tech crew up there.
Oh, is that it?
Okay, what's up? What's next?
Ready? Rod, this is for you because you're a candy guy.
Okay.
All right. How many jelly beans do Americans consume each Easter? I say Easter because some people start buying it maybe a few weeks out.
Okay, anybody, help me out here.
How many jelly beans do Americans consume each Easter?
Somebody help me with a guess. Million or billion, Ray? Billion, okay.
Okay, what was his guess?
3.5 billion.
3.5 billion.
Okay, anybody else?
Anybody else? I know my family loves... Well, you mentioned your favorite kind.
The Starburst.
Yes, and actually my family loves the Starburst ones.
Okay, it has to be in the billions, so what's the number?
Okay, the number? 16 billion each year.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
But how many are in each bag, right? There's a lot.
Okay, I got one for you, Jess. Okay, so Christmas lands every year on December 25th.
Okay.
And the other major quote-unquote Christian holiday we celebrate obviously is Easter. But why does Easter always change? So sometimes it's late March, it could be mid-April. This week is the first Sunday April. So why
That's
is
right.
that?
It can either be anywhere from my anniversary in like the March 20s all the way to April 12th.
Or April 19th sometimes.
Or
20th.
April 19th.
Yeah, so why is that?
And that's probably why we've had blizzards.
That's right. Exactly.
Okay, so I mean, anybody know the answer? Have a guess.
Solstice? Okay, Dawn's saying the solstice. Okay, that's pretty good.
Solstice.
I think you're close, Dawn. Anybody else? Why does the Easter date change? Okay, I don't know, but I know the answer, so I'm gonna say it's something to do with the moon, the lunar calendar.
Yes.
I don't know how it affects it, but it's the lunar calendar.
That's right. It's
Okay.
the moon.
Jess, we got some stuff to talk about besides trivia. What else we got going on?
Yes, okay, so we're bringing Kids Adventure Camp back
Okay.
this summer, which is exciting. And I know for my kids, they are looking forward to things resuming this summer that didn't happen last summer. Kids Adventure Camp is in August this year. So first week of August, it's going to be amazing. It truly is. It's one of our favorite weeks of the year. It is so, so fun. So registration is now open for that. And anybody in Northern Colorado driving distance.
And even though
Be a
it's 4
part of
months
it.
away, I know these 4 months are going to disappear pretty quickly, and that's going to
That's
be
right.
right around the corner.
Yes, and Rod, along the lines of our kids, we have kids' busy bags. If you're joining us for the first time and you're maybe not ready to put your kids into the kids program, we have busy bags at the doors. And if you're watching online and checking out, we do that every single week. We've got mixed seating in the room here with tables that can be family friendly for people, or chairs.
Okay, so what can we expect today? I know the team has been preparing all week, for weeks.
Yes.
But what can we expect today? Because
Okay.
service is coming up in just a couple moments.
That's right. That's right. We're starting a new series today called Mistaken Identity, which will be for the next several weeks. And so that's exciting and wonderful. Great music planned as usual, but it's wonderful. Also with some video, right? Anything else you're thinking?
I think another important thing too is since we got a few seconds here.
Yeah.
We have our Hope is Here swag table, and you're gonna hear about this afterwards. But we
Yes,
got some
you're gonna
really
hear
cool
about it.
stuff. If you're new here, or you consider yourself new, or you're brought as a guest, obviously you can pick one of these. We are giving these as gifts to you. You can pick out something. And
Yes.
anybody else who's a regular, we're making things available at a donation only.
How
so it's gonna
cute
be
is this?
fantastic. Oh, it looks that
It
is really
looks
cool.
great.
That's awesome.
Baby onesie, yeah.
So everyone, if you're online, this is a time to hit the share button. We got 2 more
That's
services
right.
after this at 10 a.m. and then 11:30 a.m. But we are
Happy
looking forward.
Easter.
Happy Easter.
Yes.
We're seeing just
we'll
a little
get started in a minute.
Love's not a simple song.
In the darkness, we were waiting without hope, without light. Till from heaven you came running. There was mercy in your eyes to fulfill the law and prophets, to From a throne of endless glory to a cradle in the dirt. Praise the Father, praise the Son, praise the Spirit, three in one. God of glory, majesty, praise forever to the King of Kings. To reveal the kingdom come and to reconcile the lost, to redeem the whole creation. You did not despise the cross, for even in your suffering you saw to the other side, knowing this was our salvation. Jesus, for our sake you died. Praise the Father, praise the Son, praise the Spirit, three in one. God of glory, majesty, praise forever to the King. In the morning that you rose, all of heaven held its breath, till that stone was moved for good, for the Lamb had conquered death. And the dead rose from their tombs, and the angels stood in awe, for the souls of all who come to the Father are restored. And the church of Christ was born, and the Spirit lit the flame. Now the gospel truth of old shall not dim, shall not fade. By His blood and in His name, in His freedom I am free. For the love of Jesus Christ, who has resurrected me. Well, happy Easter, everyone. We invite you to stand. Let's sing this together. Even the darkest days are temporary. You are the everlasting light. And all of the time and space could not contain you. You are the everlasting light. Even the darkest days are temporary. You are the everlasting light. And all of the time and space could not contain you, 'cause you are the everlasting light. Oh, yes, you
Resurrection light calls forth the dawn amidst our darkest nights. It calms the waves amidst our roughest seas. Resurrection light promises awakening and restoration of all created things. Resurrection light reminds us that injustice will not have the final word. Resurrection light restores hope in the face of death, disease, and disaster. Resurrection light offers only grace in spite of our denials, fears, and failures. Resurrection light dries our tears and binds up our broken hearts. Resurrection light awakens that which has always been true of us. Resurrection light invites us to release the captives, give sight to the blind, bring good news to the poor, and announce freedom to the oppressed. Resurrection light illuminates the truth of our souls. You are forgiven. You are whole. You are mine. Today, we find hope and life in the light of Jesus, who declared, I am the resurrection and the life. All who believe in me will live, even though they die.
see you, you're closer still to me. You are the everlasting light. You are the end and the beginning, new reality. Outside my understanding, but still within my reach. As far as I can see you, you're closer still. You are the everlasting light. And in the beginning, a new reality. Outside my understanding, but still within my reach. As far as I can see you, you're closer still to me. You are the everlasting light. And even the darkest days are temporary. You are the everlasting light. All of the time and space could not contain. You are the everlasting light. Even the darkest days are temporary. You are the everlasting light. All of the time and space could not contain. 'Cause you are the everlasting light.
Well, it's great to see you here at Crossroads this morning. Thank you for being with us. If you're joining us online, thank you. We're glad that we're here today together to celebrate the life, the light that was brought into the world by Jesus through his resurrection on Easter. And we don't just want to celebrate that light, we want to be part of it, because really the way that Jesus' light works through our world is through his people, right? So we want to be a part of that light this morning. So we're going to sing this song. It's called Future, and it's about bringing out the light in ourselves and being a light to our world. So I want to encourage you, when you figure it out, sing it along with me. In the days when your heart feels like it's caving in, so that the peace begins. Sure as the dawn calls the sun, Jesus, we hear your love. Call out the light. Life like you made, I won't contain. Hope in the here and now. What a wide horizon in the rush of heaven. Life like you made, I wanna live it. Why didn't he know my dreams? Such a great adventure. Welcome to the future.
Welcome to Easter weekend. I'm Wendy Howell, and I want to wish you all a very happy Easter. It's hard to believe that this time last year, we were all experiencing Easter with Crossroads virtually together. Who could have known how this pandemic would shape our everyday normal lives? From virtual meetings and Zoom happy hours to being at home with kids all day, every day, and mask wearing, it has been quite the ride. Shout out to all of you amazing pandemic parents and caregivers. Over the past year, we have experienced deep loss together. We have learned how to love each other, be better neighbors, and go with the flow. We're reminded that again and again, life takes us through troubled waters. Again and again, we have doubts, we grieve losses, we stumble and fall. But in the midst of the cycle of chaos, God repeats a stabilizing truth. I created you. I love you. I choose you. Today we celebrate the resurrection light that shines again and again, and we see that light now. This Easter, we are celebrating the fact that we're able to gather together in person. We are celebrating the technology that still connects us near and far. If we've learned one thing this year, it's that our mission as Crossroads Peacemakers is as clear as ever. Let's take a look.
I got nervous, yeah. Okay.
We'll do it again. Let's do it again.
At Crossroads Church, we are passionate about inspiring, equipping, and encouraging peacemakers who work for justice and humbly serve others in their everyday, normal lives.
We are committed to the holistic health and safety of all our community members.
And we believe all people are loved and accepted by God equally and without qualification.
We love everyone by including and affirming all people regardless of race,
gender, sexuality, class,
disability, or immigration status.
We recently embarked on a 10-year peacemaking journey, committing time, talent, and financial resources to confront 5 unacceptable truths in our world.
Spiritual emptiness,
fear of others like racism, homophobia, and sexism,
illiteracy, poverty,
and human trafficking.
In all our work, we value inclusion
and fun, generosity,
creativity, and wisdom.
We are orange dots of hope all over northern Colorado and the world.
Hope is here.
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 Well, that video gives a great snapshot onto who Crossroads Church is. My name is Rod. I want to welcome you all. Have a happy Easter.
Yes, my name is Jessica. Happy Easter to you and welcome to Crossroads. We're so glad to be together in person and online this Easter. It's great. People join us from all over the place, so welcome to everybody.
Absolutely. And we want to let you know you're not only welcome here in Easter, but at any time. And Crossroads gathers on Thursday evenings at 6:30 p.m. and Sunday mornings at 9 and 11 on a regular basis. On Sunday mornings, online or in person here at 5420 North Taft Avenue.
Yes, and Rod, another thing I always have loved and appreciated about Crossroads are the kids in student programs, and they're currently going on right now, which is wonderful and awesome. My kids have been a part of it since birth, and now I have teenagers volunteering with the children and involved in the student ministry program. I'm very thankful. So if you are part of raising the next generation too, we are with you. We want to support you and partner with you.
That's awesome, Jess. And you know, if you're someone that came as a guest today, or you were brought as a guest, or you're somebody who simply considers themselves new, we are glad you're here, and I appreciate you being here. We have a gift for you that we'd love to get into your hands. Simply stop by the Hope is Here swag table, and with your filled out Connect card, you can pick up some really cool stuff, whether it's for yourself or there's a baby onesie. That works if you have a baby, obviously. But then you have other cool stuff like T-shirts, some other additional swag. So we want to encourage you to please stop by there.
Good. Thank you, Rod. I would like to point out our Connect card for today. So if you're in the room, go ahead and pull this out. This is a special Easter Connect card. So what I want to point out first of all is if you fill out the front and drop it today, you will be entered into a free registration for Kids Adventure Camp, which is back this summer, first week of August. If you don't have children, still fill it out, because if you're selected, we have people that we will donate Kids Camp to in your name. And the Connect card is also the best way for you to check what you're interested in, or click if you're doing it digitally. If you want to become a part of group life, volunteering at Crossroads, or joining a peacemaker team, any of these things, that's the best way to do it. But if you're doing this digitally, be sure that you do not hit submit until the end of the service, because we will have next steps.
Absolutely. And so for all of us here in the room right now or online, we're actually going to build time into our service to fill out this card right now, because this is incredibly helpful. We recognize there's a lot of new people. Some people choose to re-engage with us. This gives us a chance to update our database. So right now, the team is going to put on some super inspiring, motivating, fill out the card music, and we're going to give you some time to do that right now.
We got some extra time. Keep filling it out. Got mine filled out. Hang on to this. You know what? I'm kind of lucky because I get to throw it in 4 times.
You do.
But I also like winning, so I'm getting it. Great. So thank you for doing that. Well, your giving matters at Crossroads too, and this is a part of our weekly thing that we do every week. So thank you for giving. There are multiple ways you can give. You can give online. You can text to give, you can mail in your giving, or find us on Venmo. And if you're here in the room, we have giving envelopes in the program, and you can drop those in the orange Hope is Here kiosk boxes at the end. And many people are giving above and beyond to our Peace is Worth It 2021 ministry emphasis. I mean, this truly is an incredible community of generous peacemakers. So we thank you for that.
That's great, Jess. And you know, our team has put together some more great music to share with you. Enjoy.
Hard pain in the weirdest places, broken souls with smiling faces, fighting for surrender. Now and the after, just look around and you'll see that people are scared to say how they really feel. We all need a little honesty, yeah. You are loved if your heart's in 1,000 pieces. If you're lost and you're far from reason, just look up, know you are loved.
Well, good morning. Happy Easter. This is a little better. You actually, believe it or not, that was a little better than last night. You'd think people that go to church at 5 in the afternoon would be a little more awake than we had last night. I mean, I had to remind them to tell their face that it was Easter. I mean, it was crazy last night. I mean, I could even see their face with the mask, yet it just felt down. But I can see some of you are very cerebral this morning, so that's exciting. But, well, welcome. It's so great to see everybody. My name is Ryan. If you're a guest, if you're tuning in online, if you're out in the atrium, if you're here in the room, and this maybe is your first time, my name is Ryan, the lead pastor here at Crossroads. It is great to be together on Easter here in the building. You know, it took 18 months for it to happen, but I'm actually having Easter at Crossroads. So I realized that. I had Easter with Crossroads last year. It was all video, but this is my first Easter at Crossroads and with Crossroads. So it is so nice to see people this Easter. So thanks for being here today. We're launching a brand new series today called A Case of Mistaken Identity. If you're a talk note, fill in the blank kind of person as you came in, those programs have a fill in the blank sheet you're welcome to use if you want to have hope that it will end. But it will end because we have a whole bunch of people coming in a little bit. So you can be assured of that. But we're talking about mistaken identity. Have you ever been a victim of mistaken identity, right? And here's how this looks in its most innocent, humbling form. You're standing somewhere and someone catches your eye and they're waving at you. And so you wave back and only to realize that they were waving at the person behind you. Anybody ever have that happen to you, like that moment? And you realize, oh, I'm not loved, right? You're just like, I'm not known. I thought I was popular. I thought somebody was just waving at me. We have that moment, right? Another way that mistaken identity happens is the old adage, don't judge a book by its cover, right? Have you ever experienced this, right? And it comes from, like, you can't judge whether or not the inside of a book, what it looks like from the outside. But we experience this in all types of ways, right? You can experience this from the outside of a restaurant. You can experience from the outside of a store, or whatever it might be. I experienced it. I remember in my undergraduate work, there was a professor that I avoided like the plague. I just saw this person. He was in the Bible department, and I mean, looked older than Moses. I mean, it was just like, oh my gosh, this guy would be so boring. I had one conversation in passing with him in the hallway, and he just talked really slow and really soft. And I thought, I don't know how people make it 3 hours a week in class with this guy. So I avoided any class. I could always take it with somebody else. I took it. But then finally, in the second semester of my senior year, I had to take a course, and he was the only one teaching it. And so I had to take it, and I took it, and I was so ticked off because he was so good. I mean, it was like literally one of the best professors I had ever had, and I only got to take him once because for 2 years I just thought, this guy's got to be boring. Look at him, right? We do this all the time, right? Sometimes we do it from the recommendations of other people, right? Other people tell us, oh, don't eat there, or don't take that class, or don't talk to that person. And what do? We take their facts and we form our conclusions. Right? We all do this. It's just a part of life. And sometimes we give people our facts. And we'll start to do that maybe at work. You have a new person come in, and you start to give them the lowdown all about everybody that you work with, and you realize you're getting to somebody that you really don't have anything nice to say. And so you feel like, well, I probably shouldn't say anything nice. And you get to, Joe or Sally, you're talking, and you're like, oh, and that's Sally over there, that's Joe over there. You go, but I'll just let you form your own opinion. Right? People say that, like, that's too late. Like, I know what you mean when you say that, right? Like, somebody's facts always, and here's the truth. Facts often cause us to avoid or miss the truth. Isn't that interesting? Like, our facts, the reality of someone else's experience, the way they interpret the world, the way they interpret an experience, but facts will often cause us to miss the truth. And I can't think of a more glaring space that this happens than when it comes to issues of faith in God. And what I want to do today is just kind of explore a little bit of facts and truth in the account of the resurrection that we get in the Gospel of John. If you're brand new to Bible study or church, I'm so glad you're here. This is a great space to do that because I tend to think about the Scripture as a space where we find wisdom. I don't read Scripture as a rule book. I'm not into trying to follow the Bible. That is a very, very useless, futile mistake that a lot of people make because it is awfully big and there's a lot of things in there that we don't do. Even people that say they follow follow the Bible, which some of us would, like if we're honest, we don't. Like you all look great today in your cotton blend Easter outfits, which tells me you don't follow the Bible, right? Or you eat shellfish, okay? So we're here to try and follow this Jesus that today we celebrate is living. And the scripture helps us do that for sure. And so if the Bible has been an instrument of really of trauma for you, you're in a safe space where we explore and look for wisdom. And so I want to just explore a few verses today as we jump into this idea of mistaken identity and how it relates to God, because we see the first instance of this incredible idea of we can actually mistake and misunderstand God right at the resurrection. So in John chapter 20, verse 1, this is what it says. On the first day of the week, Mary of Magdala came to the tomb early in the morning, while it was still dark, and she saw the stone removed from the tomb. And that's weird. So she sees the stone rolled away, and she freaks out, and she runs back to Simon Peter and to the other disciple whom Jesus loved. Now, the writer of John likes to use this phrase, the disciple that Jesus loved. Nobody's really sure exactly which disciple they're talking about. A lot of people tend to think it's John, who the book's kind of gathered and written in their name, but it's kind of an interesting way. I think it's kind of funny, actually. But so this disciple that Jesus loved, and she tells them they've taken the Lord from the tomb. We don't know where they put him. And I don't know who the we is here, because John tells us it was just Mary, right? So Mary comes back. She's like, I don't know where he is. And what I want us to catch here is that Mary was just making sense of the moment with the facts that she had experienced. Like Mary was there when they killed Jesus. Like Jesus was dead. I mean, he was dead. Took him off the cross, buried. He was dead. She saw it firsthand. And so she's just, given what I know, given the facts, the only logical conclusion is somebody took Jesus. I mean, the stone was moved. Jesus is gone. Somebody took him. So it says Peter and the other disciple, they went out and came to the tomb. And this is, again, funny, like, feels like has nothing to do with the story, but like the author like puts it in there for us. It says they both ran, but the other disciple ran faster than Peter. Like only men would do something like this and then write it down, right? So they ran to the tomb, but the disciple Jesus loved was faster, okay? So that person gets there first, and he bends down, and he looks inside the tomb, and he sees the burial clothes there, but he didn't go in. He's a little chicken, a little scared. And so Simon Peter arrives after him, because he's a little wore out from the run. He's like, it's like me trying to keep up with Mike Perez running, right? So Simon Peter shows up, but he goes into the tomb. So he's slower than the other disciple, but filled with a little bit more courage. He goes in and he sees the burial clothes there and the cloth that had covered Jesus' face. And it wasn't with the burial cross, but it had been rolled up in a separate place. So he goes in and it's like things are not as they should be. Forget that Jesus isn't there. He's like caught up in, why is that over there? And why is this over here? And so now that Peter's in there, the other disciple, the one who arrived at the tomb first, we just have to get that in there. The one who got there before Peter because he was slow. He saw and believed. That's an interesting statement. It says he saw and believed, but this, like what did he believe? But this next sentence gives us a real clue as to what these disciples believed. It says, they believed, for yet they did not understand. They didn't yet understand the scriptures that he had to rise from the dead, so the disciples returned home. So what is it that they believed? Well, if you read it too quickly, you'll gather, they believed that Jesus was alive, but I don't think that's it at all. I think they actually believed Mary. I think the facts, Mary's circumstances, they then experienced the same facts, and they believed Mary. He is gone. And so what do? They go home. Isn't that interesting? So they're like, I don't know, this can't be true. So they run out, they get there, they see exactly what Mary describes, and then they believe her. And so they're in the same situation. So they take off, they go back to their homes. It says, but here's what's fascinating. It says that Mary stayed. So overwhelmed by the experiences, she just stayed outside and she was just weeping. She's just weeping. She's just lost in this reality for her. And it says, as she wept, she bent over into the tomb and she saw two angels that were sitting in there. Now, you'd think that this would change your mood, but she doesn't realize they're angels. The writer wants us to think they're angels. The writer wants us to know they're angels, but she doesn't. She looks and she sees one at the head and one at the feet where the body of Jesus had been. And they said to her, woman, why are you weeping? And this would be like where you'd start asking like really good questions, right? But the two angels that weren't there, they're there now. Like, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. But she's still in the facts of her situation. And she says, they've taken my Lord. They've taken my Lord, and I don't know where they laid him. She's distraught. They don't know. She doesn't know where Jesus is. And I don't think we ought to fault Mary for this. I don't think we can look down on Mary for this, because I think Mary came to the only reasonable conclusion based on the facts. She's stuck right in the facts. He's not here, and she's drawing these conclusions. Now, when she says this, she turned around, and the writer tells us she saw Jesus there, but didn't know it was Jesus. The facts were so overwhelming. Why would it be Jesus? And so Jesus says to her, "Woman, why are you weeping? Whom are you looking for?" Here's what's so fascinating. The text says she thought it was the gardener. I mean, here's Jesus right in front of her. And she's weeping, and she's so overwhelmed by the facts that she misses the truth. And she thinks it's the gardener. And she says to Jesus, "Sir, if you carried him away, tell me where you laid him, and I will take him." So what you see here is Mary saw what she expected to see, a gardener. The facts tell her, why would she even be looking for Jesus? So she sees the gardener, and all of a sudden, here's what's so powerful. Jesus says to her, "Mary." That's all he says. This story is so beautifully crafted for us. She just says, "Mary." You ever been like in a bit of a tizzy, and somebody just looks at you just the right way and says your name, and everything just kind of goes, whew. You take a breath. Like, don't need to say anything else. So much is said in that. And Jesus says her name, and she turns and she says to him, Rabboni, in Hebrew, which means teacher. Here's what I love about this. Mary knows all the facts. Jesus died. Jesus was buried. Jesus' body is gone. I don't know where Jesus is. Those are all the facts. But she learns the truth when she heard her name. She learned the truth when she heard her name. So as we think about this story, and we think about life, and we think about what does it mean to say that Jesus lives? What does it mean to ask the question, do you believe in God? Do you believe in the resurrection? All of these big questions. I don't want you to miss this, because I think this is really the crux of it all. This is what we're talking about for the next 4 weeks. Is that there is this truth that what others have done with Jesus shapes our expectations and distorts the truth of God. The way in which other people have experienced Jesus, the way in which other people have interpreted the Bible, the way in which other people have taken their facts and applied it to Jesus, it shapes what we expect. How you grew up, whether you grew up in a community of faith, whether you didn't grow up in a community of faith, how that community of faith presented God. All of those things, they shape our expectations. And at the end of the day, we'll always distort the truth of God. It's happening right now. I mean, as much as I wish I could tell you that I was presenting to you the fullness and the truth of God, I'm not doing that. Are you kidding me? I was born in Kansas, grew up in Indiana, went to school in Missouri, lived in New England for 20 years. That right there will tell you, oh man, he lived out there. Listen to him. There's no doubt in my mind I'm distorting the truth of God. How could I not? How could we not? But we have to go into it knowing that. And so our anchor verse for this series, as we go over the next 4 or 5 weeks, is this one verse I want to encourage everybody to just think about. Put into your heart. It's found in Matthew chapter 16, verse 15, another gospel, another story of Jesus. And Jesus says to a group of his disciples, all these people are saying all this interesting stuff about who Jesus is. Some are saying it's John the Baptist. He's John the Baptist come back. Some are saying he's Elijah. Some are saying this and some are saying that. And Jesus looks at all the disciples and he says this, but who do you say that I am? Who do you say that I am? And that's what we're going to explore. And that's the question I want to present to you, whether you're in the room, whether you're in the atrium, or whether you're tuning in online. Who do you say that Jesus is? I think that's a pressing question for all of us. Who do you say, and by extension, who do you say that God is? And in our everyday normal lives, the reality is people's facts about Jesus still create expectations for gardeners, expectations for God in ways that aren't really fully true. But that's just what we expect to see because it's what we've been told. This is what God is like. And here's the thing. Some people will always take their facts about Jesus. We will all do this. And we will turn God into certain things. And that's what we're going to explore over the next 4 weeks. We're going to explore 4 pretty common metaphors, pretty common understandings of God, where they come from, why they're not all bad, but why they can be dangerous if we don't recognize it. So here's what they are. Do you want to know what they are? Okay, for the 3 of you that do. All right, so here's what we're going to do, okay? I brought some props to help me with this, okay? So hang in there with me. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to seek to understand some 4 misunderstandings of God. And here's the first one. The first one is this, all right? Some people will take their facts about Jesus and they'll turn Jesus into hippie Jesus, right? Hippie Jesus. And I don't want you to miss this. So hippie Jesus wears tie-dye. Dennis Anderson gave me this shirt. It's a small. That's probably it. I guess Dennis gave me this to remind me I need to lose a little weight. So, hippie Jesus, right? Y'all have met hippie Jesus in churches. You know what I'm saying, right? Get a little hippie Jesus going. All right. Hippie Jesus wears a bandana, of course. Wait a second. How's that? I can't really see anything. All I can feel is that this shirt is way too tight. Okay. So we got hippie Jesus here, right? Hippie Jesus is a common Jesus in our world. And hippie Jesus is just chill Jesus. Hippie Jesus just wants you to relax. It's all about love. God is love. You're love. I'm love. We're love. We can just relax. God's got it in control. God's in charge. Hippie Jesus sometimes sounds like this. Oh, there's a purpose for everything that God brings into your life. Just chill out. And hippie Jesus kind of just expects God to intervene at times. Hippie Jesus just wants to sit back and deal with the munchies, you know, and if you happen to be in Colorado, other things, you know, you just chill out. But the problem with hippie Jesus is if we're stuck on hippie Jesus, nothing ever gets done. Like if we're stuck in hippie Jesus and justice presses in, poor stay poor, the sick stay sick, right? I mean, that's what happens with hippie Jesus. Now, some people get stuck in hippie Jesus. Now, other people, they take Jesus and their facts about Jesus and they turn it into FBI God. You all ever met FBI God? Okay, here's FBI God. All right, hold on. Okay, FBI God. Wait. FBI God looks like this. We've been watching. Yeah. Yeah. We know everything you've done. That little webcam on your computer, we've been watching. Oh, yeah. Way you talk to your spouse, we've been watching. We've been taking notes. We know the law, and we know you've broke it. So all these rules, all these regulations, God's always watching you. And so this idea of God, when somebody says, do you believe in God, or what's your idea of God, what happens to us, right? What do? We freak out. We start flushing CDs that we don't think God would like down the toilet. Get rid of it, man, they're coming, right? If you're my age, you grew up with cops, bad boys. That's Jesus showing up, right? God busting in the door, you know? And all you know to do is throw away anything that doesn't have the word God in it, right? Okay, where's my alcohol? We're running it down the toilet. We don't know what to do. Where's the TV remote? God's coming. We don't want him to know we watch TV, you know? We don't know what to do with it. And we picture God as this God who's got listening in devices, you know, just parked outside. We've been watching you. We've been building the case as to why you are not in. And we got a Bible verse for that. We got a Bible verse for all these. And it's not that there isn't some truth that God is aware of our lives and the things that we're doing, but it gets pressed to this first, and this is what we do. Now, so some people, that's their idea. That's what they've grown up with. And some people, they reject that God. Another God that we love is CEO God. Any CEOs in the house? I'm just trying to offend everybody today. Just want to make sure we're equally offended, right? This is CEO God, you know what I'm saying? Dressed to impress. Got my bow tie. I bet you don't think I can tie this. Oh, yeah? Not only can I tie it, I can tie it right without a mirror. No, I can't. I don't know what I'm doing. I do know, but I can't do it without a mirror. But we have CEO Jesus. And CEO Jesus makes a lot of sense to some of us. CEO Jesus makes a lot of sense to me. Because CEO Jesus has stuff for you to do. We got a bottom line to fulfill. You know what I'm saying? Quarterly goals. Where's your quarterly plan? Don't you know you were created from the foundation of the world to get stuff done? God has a plan. It doesn't happen without you. The field is ready. The harvest is ready. People are dying on the vine. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get you in the game. Here's the plan. We need you to do this. We need you to do that. And here's the thing. I got a big bonus for you at the end of the day. More jewels in your crown. And so we present this idea of like CEO Jesus, who always has something for you. Even the problem with CEO Jesus is it's exhausting. Like there's no vacation time. It's just all overtime. Now, there's one other one. And this is the fan favorite, right? Here's the fan favorite. This is one that is truly taken over. And this is a really good one. It's pizza delivery Jesus. Y'all ever met pizza delivery Jesus? Pizza delivery Jesus is my favorite. Pizza delivery Jesus just shows up to your door with hot, fresh pizzas anytime you want. All you got to do is just call up. I would like pepperoni. I'd like Hawaiian. I'd like a barbecue chicken. And Jesus would be like, ding, yep, here you go. This is what you want. Ask anything in my name, and it's yours. I got the Bible verse for it. So pizza, God wants you blessed. God wants to give you everything. God, just all you got to do is sing the right songs, say the right prayers, and I just show up. And if it's not there in 30 minutes or less, it's your fault. That's the one difference about the pizza delivery God versus like delivery God. Like it's never God's fault. It's your fault. Like there's some deep, dark sin in your life, and that's why your pizza's cold and half-eaten. Right? So now here's the thing, right? Then you take all of this together, right? Let's get my hippie glasses on, okay? Right? Okay, now these are compounding gods, okay? That's for the CEOs of you, the finance people. Like, so when somebody says to you, do you believe in God, right? Which one? Which one? Like, this is a complex reality. Or people say, this is my favorite. People say, I'm an atheist. I go, really? Tell me about the God you don't believe in, because there's a really good chance that I don't believe in that one either. You know, I've never actually met a person who says, I don't believe in God, and when I ask them that question, we just have a real honest conversation that I actually don't agree with them and say, no, I'm with you totally. Because that idea of God, I don't believe in either. I think that's one that we just have kind of morphed in transition. And it usually goes back to one of these experiences that can actually be very traumatic. So what do we do? What do we do when we're faced with pizza delivery God? What do we do when we're faced with the idea of is God like a hippie? What do we do? Is God like a CEO? What do we do with all of that? I'm going to take this shirt off here for you just so you can focus on my eyes. Right? What do we do with all of that? Well, here's what I would suggest. I'm going to take off the Chippendale bow tie too. I know what some of you were thinking. Right? What do we do? Here's what I would encourage us to do. We just wait at the tomb and listen for Jesus to say your name. And by that I mean, at some point, this God, this idea of God has to move beyond what somebody tells you the Bible says. It has to move beyond what someone very well-meaning like myself with the word reverend in front of their name, which I actually do have that, I promise. And just wait for Jesus. Because there's something about experiencing Jesus' name. Jesus, say your name. Experiencing that personal reality of God, that everything else falls into place. And as you're waiting to hear your name, as you're engaging in the hard work of spiritual soul care, as you're listening, I just would encourage you to remember the metaphor that Jesus used. Remember the metaphor that was given by Jesus at the resurrection. In John chapter 20, Jesus gives us this beautiful metaphor. And by the way, all these are metaphors. Every time we talk about God, it's a metaphor. How do we fully understand this God that is so infinite? But Jesus, I think, gives us the fundamental foundational metaphor in its perfect form, in its perfect sense, when he's talking to Mary. He says, now go tell my brothers, go see them and go tell them, I'm going to my Father and your Father, my God and your God. See, this is the metaphor that Jesus chooses after his resurrection. This idea of Father. And I think if we hold on to that in its perfect form, as one that protects and provides and loves and cares and holds and sustains, not our earthly image of Father that can be so problematic. I know, I'm a dad. Like, I don't want my kids to think about God as me and the way I father, but in this perfect sense of a perfect parent whose love is perfect. Like Jesus could have said, I'm going to my judge and your judge, to my God and your God. That's not what he says, though. He could have said that. He says, I'm going to my Father and your Father, this beautiful, wonderful thing that we hold as parent. And here's the thing, you'll hear me say this, and I don't want anybody to freak out, but listen, if you had a bad experience with a father, and that's really difficult for you, but you had a wonderful experience with a mother growing up, then just change the metaphor. I'm going to my mother and your mother. Because both are equally insufficient to describe God, whether you say father or mother. I had a great experience with a father. Father makes sense to me. I don't have any baggage with that word. But I think God is bigger than the word. And so if you're here today and that idea of father just leaves you with a sense of abandonment or abuse or frustration, you just can't move beyond that, and that's blocking you from experiencing the truth of love and the parent that holds you, then just substitute the word mother. It's okay. But that's the foundational understanding that we have to walk through with this. And I like to ask this question of every talk that I put together is, how does this make a better me, and how does this make a better world? If I actually pause and recognize that there's all these different versions of God that float around there within Christianity, by the way, then we can take other religions and add to it. But if we'll pause and say, okay, if God is Father and Jesus is living, and I get it that facts always are out there, here's how this works. I believe that when the facts of Jesus, the historical Jesus, behind the text in the Gospels, the real Jesus, the real message, when we know that, when we live in that, when we understand that, and we see how the Gospel writers shape that person, when that meets the truth of Jesus, which is the Gospel, right? So the facts of Jesus, or this historical Jesus that walked around on this earth, the things that we will never fully know, but we can make our best guess. But when it meets the truth of Jesus, that Jesus is living, we fall into this mystery of love. And we start to recognize and realize that's God. And love exposes a couple of things. It exposes the tyranny of doing and the joy of being. And that's what will change the world. When I fully live into this mystery of love, now I can find there's so much freedom in just being. I don't have to do all this doing stuff. That I'm first and foremost a child of God. That's a sense of being and belonging. And everything flows out of that. Every image, every understanding of God has to flow from that space. Here's what's so powerful about this mystery of love. The mystery of love becomes bigger and better as you get closer and closer to God. As you get closer and closer to God, you realize that God is so much bigger, so much better, and so more mysterious, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. The best way I can give you to describe this, and I have to go real quick here because there's a bunch of people coming in a minute, and they want your seats, and you need to get your germs out of here, okay? So stick with me on this really quickly. Think about the Milky Way. This is a picture of the Milky Way. And imagine if I told you there's the Earth, right? There's the Earth. You're very far away from it, right? There's the Earth. You go, wow, it's like a speck amongst a bunch of specks. You would describe it in certain ways. We'd say, oh, the Earth is kind of like a little dot, and it glows like so many other things. Yeah, it's just universe dust. But then if you were to zoom in and get a little closer, this is what you'd see of the Earth. And you say, oh, this is the Earth. You say, oh, look at it, it's beautiful. It's round, right? And it's got these different colors, and it's kind of like a big marble, and you would describe it in such a way, and you're getting a little bit closer, and you're like, oh, wow, that's different than I thought. Then if you zoomed in and got even closer, it's actually obscuring the whole, right? It's actually obscuring the whole, the fullness of it, but you're getting closer and closer to the mystery. And you say, well, describe the Earth. You can say, oh, it's just a bunch of water. If I got close enough and this is all I could see, I say, oh, it's just a big bunch of water. This is the Earth. I could say this is the Earth. But here's the thing. If I happen to zoom in and stand on a different spot, I would say, oh, it's just these mountains and it's just snow everywhere. This is the Earth. This is how I would describe it. This is the Earth. But if I zoomed even further, if I went under the ocean, into the deepest parts of the ocean, I'd see this thing crawling around. I'm like, this is the Earth, and these are the Earthlings. This is what they look like. It's how they function. But if I start with the big picture, the big idea, as I zoom in and if I hold that mystery, as I zoom in and closer, even though it's actually obscured, the mystery becomes bigger and bigger. Because now I look at this thing at the bottom of the ocean and go, man, the Earth is bigger than I thought. Look what's in the Earth. I couldn't see that from up there, but it's there. And as I stand on the mountains, I go, oh my gosh, it's bigger than I thought. Not only are there like little creatures in the sea that are kind of like some type of earthling. But then there's these big mountains, but it's not just the mountains, it's the ocean as well. But I could get caught up in saying the earth is just a big bowl of water if that's all I saw. But if I hold the mystery that there's more to it, and then I zoom back out and go, man, it's just bigger than I thought. It's bigger than I thought. It's bigger than I thought. As you zoom in and out. And so we hold the mystery. The closer and closer you get to God, we have to hang on to and hold to. There's always so much more that we're not experiencing. It's bigger than I thought. And that's what keeps us healthy. And so as we kind of finish up today, here's my question. If you're new, I ask this question every week. I'm like a broken record. What is God inviting you into? What is this great big mystery of love speaking into your own personal heart today? What are you sensing? What are you hearing? I would hope that if you're here and you're in a space of disconnectedness spiritually, you're in a space of disenfranchisement, you have felt rejected by God through God's people, and you've said there's no space for me because of one of these images or an image associated. Or maybe you're just dissatisfied, like you just kind of walked away and you're here to make mom happy. You're here to make dad happy. But that kind of resonated with you. I would maybe hope that God's inviting you to just stick it out the next 4 weeks as we explore these metaphors. And maybe you'll be introduced to a God that's bigger and better than you could have ever imagined. And maybe you're here today and you're like me. And you have come to a space where you know it all because you've read it all. You've read the Bible numerous times, cover to cover, because that's what somebody told us we had to do. You got to read the Bible from start to finish because somehow it's in order, which it's not. But I just got to read the Bible in a year, get it all done, and you've done that over and over again, and you go, I got it. And maybe you're like me, and you've lost the mystery, and you need a salvation from that knowledge so that you can have faith, so that you can believe in something bigger. I would encourage you to ask this question, maybe throughout this week, like, what metaphor am I clinging to? What am I saying? This is God, and I'm being blinded, and I'm missing that there's an ocean, and there's mountains, and there's squid, and there's all these other ways of which we experience what is so much bigger than we could ever imagine. That's the invitation today. So we have this song for you, and just encourage you to consider that, and just listen to the whisper of this living Jesus through the power of the Spirit. What is God inviting you into today? And I'll be back in just a minute to just speak a blessing into your life.
Would you stand and sing the rest of the song with me? will rest.
Of today's celebration, whether you tuned in online or whether you're in the room. Thank you for connecting. Thank you for pausing and allowing this truth to begin to shape you. As you head out today or as you log off, do me a favor and drop that Connect card in the Hope is Here kiosk in the back, or hit submit online, drop your offering envelope. Thank you so much for doing that. It's great to connect. If you're here today and you're going through a circumstance that's difficult, and that doesn't mean bad, good things can be difficult. If you've ever had a baby, like, oh yeah, that's one worth praying about, right? So if you'd like somebody to pray with you, we got folks here that would love to pray with you. If you're online, you can click the live prayer button, or if you want to text the word prayer to 970-500-0970, somebody will pray with you this morning. Or if you're just crazy enough to turn to the person who came with you and pray with them, you can do that too. Your prayers work, you know. Granted, these people have master's degrees in prayer. No, they don't. They're just normal people like you. So this prayer is pretty user-friendly, is all that to say. So you can pray with somebody that came with you as well. And as we head out today, I just want to speak this blessing into your life. It's one of the things I like to do as we kind of end our time together each week, is to just speak what I believe is truth into our hearts and into our lives to empower us this week. And so would you do me a favor? I know it's kind of weird, but we just kind of like physically just be ready to receive spiritually what God has you. So maybe just kind of like, if you're, more introvert, just kind of give a, maybe if you're kind of middle ground, you just kind of open your arms up to receive it. If you're super charismatic and you're a party animal, you might throw your hands out like this, or just don't touch people with your COVID germs or anything like that. Just give space, but just open up to receive what God has for you. I just really believe in the power of speaking truth into our lives. We hear so much negative falseness throughout our week. So we just receive this blessing today as we head out. May the resurrection light bless you and keep you. May love cause its light to shine and illuminate your path this week. And may God become bigger than your best idea of hope. And may God become bigger than your best idea of grace. And may God become bigger than your best idea of justice. And may God become bigger than your best idea of mercy. And may God become bigger than your best idea of mother. And may God become bigger than your best idea of father. And may God become bigger than your best idea of love. And may God even become bigger than your best idea of God. And as God becomes bigger than your best, may you find the faith to entrust your hopes and dreams, along with your fears and failures, with this bigger and better God. And may this great big mystery of God, this great big mystery of resurrection light, this great big mystery of truth, this great big mystery of what the Bible calls a life hidden in Christ, may it be your joy. And may you find in it the power and the strength to do the good works prepared for you before the creation of this beautiful universe. Amen. Happy Easter, everybody. Have an awesome week.
Are you doing well? Are you taking your time? Do you carry a heart heavy as mine? Are you walking the long road, trying to fly? Oh, I always thought you'd be the one by my side. I would fall right in to your love, 'cause I'm crashing into us, burning at both ends. For your love, can we fall again? Into love, into love.
All day you climb, and right back down the other side. How far will you go? With no guarantee, you know. Open your Egyptian clothes. In the face of everyone, I caught your soul.
I got him. Seriously, I got him. And I got a new one.
In the face of everyone.
See, that video
Good
should be-
morning and happy Easter. I'm Jessica.
And I'm Rod. Happy Easter, everyone. Hey, we're going to ask all of you, because you're here early, to kind of help participate with us. I'm going to ask Jess, but you guys can be her crowd to kind of help her out with some Easter trivia. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so
And I'll ask you
you can
the
ask
second
me,
question.
Oh, you can ask me a
okay?
second. So I'm going to go with the
Okay.
first question. Okay, in the 13th century, the church banned a certain food, a very specific food item, for Holy Week. What was that food item? Who said that?
How'd you know
Eggs?
that?
How'd you know that?
You're
Wow,
supposed to yell wrong answers first.
Wow, very good. Good. Okay, you got one for me, Jess? Go ahead.
It is. It's eggs.
It is eggs.
It's eggs. So if you're watching online or in the room and didn't hear that,
Yes.
it was eggs.
Okay, you got one for
Interesting,
me?
right?
Yeah, you have one for me?
Okay, so how many jelly beans are consumed in America each year around Easter? I say around because
okay.
it's probably as soon as it hits the shelves, right?
Okay, yes. Anybody want to yell out an answer?
How many jelly beans are consumed in America around Easter every single year?
Who said that? 4 million is one. Okay, what else?
4 million is one guess. Think about it. How many are in each bag?
Wait,
A
who
lot,
said somebody?
right?
Somebody said something here. 6 million. Okay.
With an M?
Billion. 6 billion. Okay. 6 billion, 4 million. We got a pretty big discrepancy. Okay, how did they get that? Are you Googling it? Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
what's going to happen is we're going to have to talk about other stuff.
Okay, here's the deal. Okay, I got a follow-up question. What is the favorite? There's a study that did this, and it just finished on March 15th, actually, the favorite jelly bean flavor for every state. So what is the favorite jelly bean flavor for Colorado?
Do you know it?
I do know it. Without Google search. What's that? Cherry? No, it's not cherry. It's an licorice. No, it's not licorice. It's not grape.
Do you think it's a bean boozle, gross,
It
like
is
grass?
a fruit. It is a fruit. And guess what? We pair it with our neighbors in Wyoming. Actually have the same flavor. Actually, okay, I'll just tell it.
Pumpkin?
No, it's pear.
What? Why?
That's the one. Well, I think in the jelly bean. That's how they
Rod,
probably
do you like bean boozles? Because you're a jelly bean guy.
I'm a jelly bean guy.
So
but
do you mind like testing if you're going to get like throw up or
oh no, I don't like the Harry Potter ones.
Do you do that?
No, I don't do those.
Have you ever though?
No.
No, me neither.
Okay, we got time for I think one more.
Okay.
I'll do it this one.
Okay, do it. 'cause I
Okay,
don't-
so Christmas is on what day every year? What's the date? Okay, that's not a trick answer. So so the question I always have is why? What is the determining factor that moves Easter anywhere from late March all the way to mid-April, like as far as April 20th? What is the determining factor? Why does Easter move around? Anybody?
The equinox.
The equinox.
Linda's
That's pretty
saying
close.
the equinox is. Rod and I have done a lot of Easters together.
Yes.
We've talked about today is the most gorgeous day in Colorado.
I think the best
Going to be
Easter I've ever-
80s.
Yes.
But we sometimes have done big blizzards on
Yes,
Easter.
yes.
In those March 20s.
Yes.
Okay, so what is the answer?
The answer
Rod?
is the moon. The lunar calendar determines. Now, why behind that, I don't know. Okay, but hey, Jess, we got a couple minutes.
Yes.
Let's transition to what's taking place today. So
okay,
what-
today.
Yeah, talk about
Today we're starting a new series called Mistaken Identity. So fantastic, and it's a preview of what's going to be coming in the whole next month. So it's awesome new series that we're launching today. Some of truly my favorite music, favorite words, favorite music happening today. That's great.
And then also, Jess, why don't you kind of unpack for us, because we're going to be giving away a drawing a little bit later
Yes,
for
good.
something that's coming up.
Okay.
This is one of the casualties of COVID last year.
Yes,
We didn't
yes.
get to have this. Talk about what's coming
This
up.
summer we have Kids Adventure Camp coming back. Who's excited? Yes, good.
Yes,
Thank
Kia's
you.
excited.
Yes, we are too.
Sturgis
We
are
are too. Kids in here are excited. We couldn't do Kids Adventure Camp last year. This year, we're very excited. Registration's open. And for your planning, it is the first week of August. So we're real excited about that. And we will be talking about how that's related to our Connect card
Absolutely.
a little bit later. Oh, we bought some time.
Yes, so I think this would be a good. Yes, I did. So here's the deal. As you walked in today, you may have noticed if you were on the the west side of the atrium, we have a Hope is Here swag table, and throughout the pandemic, we featured this on our online store. But for today only, okay, so that is actually a baby outfit, a onesie. But for today only, I think everything is by donation only, right?
By donation only.
So
if you're a first-time guest, listen. Just go over to the table and pick stuff out.
So we have some things like
I just said stuff, which is multiple.
What is this right here?
But that's a mask.
Mask.
But I think might have to wear a few of them.
We have a T-shirt.
Yeah. So we've got everything from I grabbed the 3 to 6 month, all the way through adult sizes, women's tees, men's hat, bumper stickers. Hope is Here dots for your car. Yes, gators, balloons.
So be sure to stop by there.
My kids will want
in.
sunglasses and balloons.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so go ahead and stop by there. That's great. Also, if you're here for the first time too, there are kids' busy bags at the door.
That's right.
And there's full children's programming too, birth through 5th grade happening right now.
Absolutely.
And so your kids can be a part of that, or you can grab busy bags, and that'll help them during church too.
So Jess and I were talking a little bit early. She's not really a jelly bean person. I am, so I like the Starburst one. Who likes the Starburst ones? Aren't they the best? Except for the yellow one. So one year what I did, the yellow is lemon. So one year what I did was somebody knew I didn't like the yellow one. So what he did was he opened up 4 bags of those jelly beans. He had one really nice. He put all the yellow ones in there and resealed it. And a friend gave that to me as a gift. But anyway.
Rude.
I know. Best time to get that stuff is tomorrow, by the way, because it's 30% off at most of the stores. Okay.
We were talking about that earlier.
Yes.
If you go tomorrow, it's usually 50% off.
By the end of the week.
That's usually when I start getting decorations for my tables and mantle also.
That's right.
Get a bunny wreath for the door.
That's right.
By Tuesday and Wednesday, it's usually 70% off. That's fun.
Hey, so we're going to wrap this up. So I want to encourage everyone, when you walked in, not only you have the Connect card, but you do have a program. We do want to encourage you to take a look at this as our communities begin to open up. So are some of our services.
Yes.
So be sure to read through this program.
In person. If you're online, the digital program
absolutely
is where, Rod?
It's at crossroadscolorado.com/gather.
Yes.
And you can access all that information. But we're going to be back a little bit later in the service. People are coming in. This is going to be our fullest service. We are so excited.
So good.
Happy Easter, everyone. And we'll see you a little bit later.
Happy Easter.
In the darkness, we were waiting without hope, without light, till from heaven you came running. There was mercy in your eyes to fulfill the law and prophets. To a virgin came the word, from a throne of endless glory to a cradle in the dirt. Praise the Father, praise the Son, praise the Spirit, three in one. God of glory, majesty, praise forever to the King of Kings. To reveal the kingdom coming and to reconcile the lost, to redeem the whole creation. You did not despise the cross, for even in your suffering you saw to the other side, knowing this was our salvation. Jesus, for our sake you died. Praise the Father, praise the Son, praise the Spirit, three in one. God of glory, majesty, praise forever to the King. And the morning that you rose, all of heaven held its breath, till that stone was moved for good, for the Lamb had conquered death. And the dead rose from their tombs, and the angels stood in awe, for the souls of all who come to the Father are restored. And the church of Christ was born, and the Spirit lit the flame. Now this gospel truth of old shall not kneel, shall not faint. By His blood and in His name, in His freedom I am free. For the love of Jesus Christ, who has resurrected me. Well, happy Easter, everybody! I invite you to stand to your feet. Let's sing together. Even the darkest days are temporary. You are the everlasting light. And all of the time and space could not contain you. You are the everlasting light. Even the darkest days are temporary. You are the everlasting light. And all of the time and space could not contain you. You are the everlasting
Resurrection light calls forth the dawn amidst our darkest nights. It calms the waves amidst our roughest seas. Resurrection light promises awakening and restoration of all created things. Resurrection light reminds us that injustice will not have the final word. Resurrection light restores hope in the face of death, disease, and disaster. Resurrection light offers only grace in spite of our denials, fears, and failures. Resurrection light dries our tears and binds up our broken hearts. Resurrection light awakens that which has always been true of us. Resurrection light invites us to release the captives, give sight to the blind, bring good news to the poor, and announce freedom to the oppressed. Resurrection light illuminates the truth of our souls. You are forgiven. You are whole. You are mine. Today, we find hope and life in the light of Jesus, who declared, I am the resurrection and the life. All who believe in me will live, even though they die.
The end and the beginning, the new reality outside my understanding, but still within my reach. As far as I can see you, you're closer still to me. You are the everlasting light. Let's sing. The end and the beginning, the new reality outside my understanding, but still within my reach. As far as I can see you, closer still to me. You are the everlasting light. And in the beginning, new reality outside my understanding, still within my reach. As far as I can see you, closer still to me. You are the everlasting light. And even the darkest days are temporary. You are the everlasting light. All of the time and space could not contain you. You are the everlasting light. You are. Even the darkest days are temporary. You are the everlasting light. All of the time and space could not contain you. You are the everlasting.
All right, welcome to Crossroads. So great to have you here with us on Easter. If you're in the room, we're glad that you're here. And if you're watching online, thank you for joining us. Today is the day where we celebrate the light of Jesus coming into our world through the resurrection. And we don't just want to celebrate and appreciate that light, but we need to be a part of that light, because really the light of Jesus, the way it works in our world, is mostly through us, right? Through the people. And that's what this next song is about. So I invite you to sing with me as we ask God to let our light shine.
In the days when your heart feels like it's caving in, so there the peace begins. Sure,
Okay, you can go ahead. Have a seat.
Welcome to Easter weekend. I'm Wendy Howell, and I want to wish you all a very happy Easter. It's hard to believe that this time last year, we were all experiencing Easter with Crossroads virtually together. Who could have known how this pandemic would shape our everyday normal lives? From virtual meetings and Zoom happy hours to being at home with kids all day, every day, and mask wearing, it has been quite the ride. Shout out to all of you amazing pandemic parents and caregivers. Over the past year, we have experienced deep loss together. We have learned how to love each other, be better neighbors, and go with the flow. We're reminded that again and again, life takes us through troubled waters. Again and again, we have doubts, we grieve losses, we stumble and fall. But in the midst of the cycle of chaos, God repeats a stabilizing truth. I created you. I love you. I choose you. Today we celebrate the resurrection light that shines again and again, and we see that light now. This Easter, we are celebrating the fact that we're able to gather together in person. We are celebrating the technology that still connects us near and far. If we've learned one thing this year, it's that our mission as Crossroads Peacemakers is as clear as ever. Let's take a look.
I got nervous, yeah. Okay.
We'll do it again. Let's do it again.
At Crossroads Church, we are passionate about inspiring, equipping, and encouraging peacemakers who work for justice and humbly serve others in their everyday, normal lives.
We are committed to the holistic health and safety of all our community members.
And we believe all people are loved and accepted by God equally and without qualification.
We love everyone by including and affirming all people regardless of race,
Gender, sexuality, class.
Disability, or immigration status.
We recently embarked on a 10-year peacemaking journey, committing time, talent, and financial resources to confront 5 unacceptable truths in our world.
Spiritual emptiness,
Fear of others like racism, homophobia, and sexism.
Illiteracy, poverty,
and human trafficking.
In all our work, we value inclusion
And fun, generosity.
creativity, and wisdom.
We are orange dots of hope all over northern Colorado and the world.
Hope is here.
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 Well, good morning, everyone. We believe that video gives a great snapshot into who we are as a church. My name is Rod, and I want to welcome you and say Happy Easter.
Yes, and my name is Jessica. Happy Easter to everybody here. It's so good to be together for Easter in person and online. So special welcome to everybody joining us from literally everywhere.
That's great, Jess. And we want to let you know that you are welcome not only on Easter, but at any of our gatherings. And we meet regularly in person here at 5420 North Taft Avenue in Loveland, and online on Thursday evenings at 6:30 p.m. and Sunday mornings at 9 and 11. We hope you make plans to join us again.
Yes, and Rod, one of my favorite things has always been the kids and student ministry programs, which are currently happening right now. And my family has been a part of these things since birth. Now I have teenagers that are volunteering with toddlers and children and part of the student ministry program. So I'm very grateful. And we want to say, if you are raising the next generation, we are here for you. We believe in you. We want to partner with you and support you in that.
That's great, Jess. And many of you are coming this Easter as a first-time guest, or maybe you were brought as a guest today, or maybe you simply consider yourself being new. And if you fall into any of these categories, we want to encourage you to stop by. Our Hope is Here swag table, because by bringing in that Connect card, we have your pick of choice. We have all kind of apparel there. That's
Everything, babies through adults.
through adults. A lot of fun stuff. So please be sure to stop by there after the service.
Yes, that's right.
And one more thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't want to exclude the online people. My bad. If you're online, just let us know and we'll find a way to get something to you.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I would like to draw our attention to our Connect card. If you are in the room, your Connect card is in the program. We have a paper one. If you're online, you can participate with us digitally with this too. This is a special Easter Connect card. And one thing we want to point out about the Easter Connect card is if you fill out the front of your Connect card and submit it today, we are going to be drawing one free Kids Adventure Camp registration. So we'll be giving that away. Now, if you don't have a child to donate that to, it's fine, because we have kids that we will donate Kids Adventure Camp to in your name. So be sure, though, especially if you're digital, do not hit submit until the end of the service, because we have next steps. But the Connect card is also a great way for you to engage in this community through volunteering, group life, being part of our Peacemaker initiative and all of that. So hang on to that Connect card.
So what we're going to do right now is we're actually going to give us some time in the service to actually fill this out. As you walked in your program, there was a pen attached to it. Our team is going to play some super inspiring, motivating, card filling out music. And so the time's going to start right now. So take a few moments and fill out the card. I'll do it with you guys.
Woo. I'm going to drop 4 of these in this weekend, and I like to win. So anyway, thank you for doing that. And also, your giving matters. And this is something we do each time that we gather. And there are several ways to give. You can give online. You can text to give. You can mail in your giving. If you're in the room here, our giving envelopes are in your program, and you can drop it into the Hope is Here orange boxes on your way out after the service. You can also find us on Venmo now too, and that's a wonderful way to give. And we're just so thankful for this generous community of peacemakers, and those of you who are giving above and beyond to the 2021 ministry emphasis called Peace is Worth It. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Jess. At this time, our team has more music to share with you. Let's enjoy.
Look around and you'll see that people are scared to see how they really feel. have to prove yourself. Don't try to be someone else. You don't have to prove yourself. Don't try to be someone else. You are just about you alone. Just about you alone. Just about you alone. Just about you are loved if your heart's in 1,000 pieces. If you're lost and you're far from reason. Just look out, know you are loved. Just look out, know you are loved. It feels like something's missing. Just look out, know you are loved. If you're lost and you're far from reason. Just look out, know you are loved. Just look out, know you are loved. If it feels like something's missing, if it hurts but you can't find healing, just look out, know you are loved. Just look out, know you are loved.
Well, good morning. Happy Easter. 6 of you. That was nice. Not a super charismatic place today, I guess. Let's try that again. Happy Easter. Very good. Nice to see everybody here today. If you're a guest, welcome. My name is Ryan. This is my first Easter, too. It's technically my second one with Crossroads, first one at Crossroads. Look at that. So if you're a guest, welcome. It's so good to have you here today. And we're going to launch this new series called Mistaken Identity. As you came in, you received a program. We have some talk notes in there. If you're a fill-in-the-blank kind of person and you want like a tactile learner and you want to fill in some blanks, you can do that. It'll give you hope that it will end at some point in time. You just count down the blanks there, all right? Quinn, you're looking good today, buddy. Looking sharp. My dance partner, Quinn, is looking awesome. So great to have everybody here today. Listen, as we get launched into this, I hope that you open up your heart to what God has for you. However you think about God. I know that we all come from very different backgrounds and very different places, the way we think about God, the way we think about the Bible, but I hope that you'll find our community a welcoming space that's grounded in love, that recognizes we all see and have had different experiences and ideas of God, and that love is foundational for us here. And we truly mean that. We really do mean that. No bait and switch here. We're going to love you no matter what, all right? So that's so awesome to have you here. So have you ever had a case of mistaken identity? A case of mistaken identity? You ever think somebody was somebody else, and then you got close enough, awkwardly close enough to realize, oh, you're not my wife. Maybe you went in for the hug from behind or something like that, you know? As a kid, do you ever remember doing that? Like thinking this is your mom or dad and like walking up and just like walking next to them and then I was like, oh wait, no, what's going on here? Have you ever watched your kids do that? That's the best ever. I just love watching my kids. How long are they going to realize that that person is not their parent? Maybe they'll just take them home. That's kind of my thought on the matter. Like, let's just see how far this goes. One of my favorite case of mistaken identity happens to all of us, you got to be honest, is the embarrassing wave. Like somebody's waving and you look and you're like, oh, you start waving at them and you realize there's a person behind you they're waving to and you're not nearly as popular as you thought you were. Or somebody like this is the worst. They wave you over and you walk and you realize somebody else is walking and you just like do one of those deals, like get out of the way really quick. Another mistaken identity is like the proverb, like don't judge a book by its cover. Y'all ever done that with like a restaurant or a person? I did that in my undergraduate work. For 3.5 years of my undergraduate, I avoided this one professor. I looked at him and I thought, that has got to be the most boring person on the planet. I said, this guy's older than Moses. And I saw him talking in the hallway one way with somebody who's talking really slow. I said, I don't think I can do 3 hours a week with this dude. No way. So I avoided him. Well, come my senior year, there was a class I had to take to graduate, and he was the only one teaching it. So I had to sign up for it. I was so angry because he was the best professor I had in undergraduate. And I only got one class with him because I said this guy would be so boring, but he was a beautiful person and was so amazing in the way he would talk. And the truth is, we hear people's facts, people's experiences about restaurants on Yelp. There could be 1,000 beautiful reviews about a restaurant, and what are you going to do? You're going to find that one that gives it 1 star, kept 4, and you'll be like, oh, I don't think we should do it. We were recently looking through VRBO for this summer, and there'll be 30 reviews. This is so wonderful. People are so great. There'll be one that has just a freaky thing that happens. The refrigerator went down. You're like, well, I don't want to go there, Because here's what we do. We take other people's facts and we draw our conclusions. That's what the whole recommendation system is built upon, right? That's why Yelp works and Open Table and Amazon reviews. We take other people's facts, other people's experiences, what they know as fact, and we draw conclusions. And we do this too. When we try not to. You're at work. And there's a new person, a colleague at work with you, and you're giving them the rundown. You've been assigned to walk them through and introduce them to everybody. And you're like, oh, this is Tom, and Tom does so-and-so, and this is Sally, and this so-and-so, and this. And then you get to somebody, and you really don't know how to say anything nice about this person, right? And your mama told you, if you can't say nice, you don't say anything else. So you say something like this. Oh, this is Jim here, and I'll let you form your own opinion of Jim. Right? No, it's too late. I know what that means. That's code word for, I don't like this guy, but I don't want to, And those facts start to determine the way in which we experience the world. We form these opinions. And here's the truth. Facts often cause us to avoid or miss the truth of something. We've all experienced this. We've all heard the facts, avoided the restaurant, ended up at the restaurant because it was the only one open. Why did I not go here ever? Why did I let the fact that half the sign was not lit up make me think this is not a good place to eat? And then we're bummed, right? Because something happens, we can't ever go back or we're moving, whatever it might be. So this happens all the time. And this happens all the time spiritually as well. We allow the facts of other people to determine the truth of what we're going to believe. You're doing it right now in some senses, and it's not a bad thing necessarily, but we do this. And no place do we see this in such an interesting way, this idea of mistaken identity, of facts and truth getting all jumbled up, as in John chapter 20. Now, John is one of the gospel stories in the Bible. So if you're new to Bible study, or maybe you have an aversion to the Bible, I totally get it. I spent 7 years in school with it. So I understand if you feel like, hey, wait a second, you're going to talk about the Bible. Now I'm going to start drawing and doodling. But here's what I would just encourage you. I hope that you'll find Crossroads a community that really does treat the Bible in a healthy way. That you'll never kind of hear me say, we need to follow the Bible. And for some of my really wonderful church people in the room, you just shuddered a little bit. I get it, totally. But here's the deal. Nobody follows the Bible. Let me just, dirty little secret. Nobody does. There's way too many rules in there to follow. It just can't happen. And most of you look beautiful today in your Easter outfits that are cotton polyester blend, completely ignoring the Bible. And so don't tell me you follow the Bible dressed in that, okay? Because I know you don't, right? So we try to be a little bit more honest around here. And one of the things I like to say is the Bible is a book of wisdom. It doesn't give us answers. It doesn't give us rules, but it gives us an opportunity to explore how people try to live faithfully in a God-honoring way in their time, in their circumstances, and there's a lot of wisdom there. And so that's the way I like to think about the Bible, and to see it in that light. And that's the way we talk about it here. So if you have been at a place where you have felt abused by Scripture, you have felt the Bible weaponized against you to tell you that you are no good, that you're not following the rules, I'm sorry, because I've probably done that at times. But I hope that you'll find here that doesn't happen. I hope that you'll find here we do hold it in reverence. We believe that it has a valuable place in our world. But if it's not understood correctly, it causes a lot of pain. In fact, it's caused wars and death and terrible things. So we try to evolve and see this in a really healthy light. So that's the way we're going to explore today. In John chapter 20, we're given one of the accounts of the resurrection of Jesus. We have 4 different accounts of the resurrection of Jesus in the Bible, plus this other guy named Paul who talks about the resurrection. And guess what? They're all different. They're all different because the Bible's theology, it's not history. People are interpreting and understanding this idea in their unique ways. And I just want to look at John's version of it today. In John chapter 20, verse 1 through 18, it says, on the first day of the week, Mary of Magdala, now Mary was probably one of the most important followers of Jesus that we know from the life of Jesus, the historical Jesus. And she came to the tomb early in the morning. Seems like she's there by herself. And she went out while it was still dark, John tells us, or the writer of John, and she saw that the stone had been removed from the tomb, and it freaked her out. So she runs back to Simon Peter. Simon Peter's the one we're told kind of walked on the water, denied Jesus, was called Satan by Jesus. You know, he was definitely, like most of us, right, just a hot mess when it comes to understanding God. And so she runs back to Peter and this other disciple whom Jesus loved. That's a weird way of saying it, but lots of people think it might be the gospel, might be John, the disciple whose like name this book is written in. But it's just kind of funny that I think it's funny the way it's like this is the one Jesus really loves. Okay, and so Mary comes and she tells them they've taken the Lord from the tomb, and we don't know where they put him. Now a couple of problems here. Who's they? I don't know. But we all meet him. We all know who they is. I don't know. It says, we don't know where they put him. Like, she was by herself, according to the text, so I'm not sure who that is. But I think it's fascinating that Mary, in this moment, is doing what any one of us would do. Is she's just trying to make sense of the moment with the facts that she's experienced. Right? Mary was there at the crucifixion. She saw the Roman soldiers crucify Jesus. She saw him breathe his last breath. She saw them take the body down. Now, sometimes you'll see these images of Jesus up really high on a cross, way, way up on that. And that's a wonderful, beautiful image that's theology, but it's not history. Because Roman crosses were right at eye level. People were crucified right at eye level. They didn't want to work any harder than they had to. And it was, the point of crucifixion was, you will see what happens when you try to defy Rome. So she was there, right there, saw Jesus breathe his last breath, saw him removed from the cross, saw him put in this tomb. So it's just, this is what she experienced. These were the facts. So she says, those are the facts. Somebody took his body. So Peter and the other disciple, they went out and came to the tomb. Now, we get this funny interaction of a foot race. This is the first race we know of between people who follow Jesus. It says they both ran, but the other disciple ran faster than Peter. This is why I'm pretty confident that at least this book in the Bible was written by a man, because I don't think a woman would write this. I don't think a woman cares about who runs faster in telling the story of a guy who was dead and is now alive. But for whatever reason, John feels it's an important detail in the story. I won. Just let it be known. Peter might have been the first pope, but I was faster than him. That's what I think is happening here, right? So he gets to, he bends down, this first disciple does, and he sees that the burial clothes aren't there, but he didn't go in, so he's kind of a bit of a chicken, right? Faster than Peter, but Peter's more courageous, because when Peter gets there, he goes in, because Peter's like, yeah, let's do it. I don't care, whatever. This is the guy who walked on water, according to the text, right? So he goes into the tomb, and I can't, first of all, I can't blame the guy for not wanting to go into a place where you put dead people. That would creep me out too, right? But Peter's like, so Peter goes in and he sees the burial clothes there, but not the cloth that had covered Jesus' head. It wasn't with the burial cloth. It was rolled up in a separate place. And Peter's like, what is going on here? Somebody has actually folded this part, set it over here. There's other burial clothes here. And says, then the other disciple also went in, by the way, the one who arrived first at the tomb. I don't know. It's just there, right? It's just so funny to me. Like, by the way, I still beat you, Peter. And this is what it says. He goes in and he saw and believed. Now, don't think for a second that he believed that Jesus was alive, because that's not what it's saying. Because the next verse says, for they did not yet understand the scripture that he had to rise from the dead. So then the disciples returned home. See, what happens is these two disciples that get into a foot race to go see what's going on, they weren't sure whether they believed Mary, but when they experienced her facts themselves, they were persuaded to believe her. Like, they believed Mary. Somebody took Jesus. Right? They didn't yet understand according to the writer. Right? So they followed Mary's facts and they are persuaded. They go, yes. Here's what's interesting. So these two guys, they run back, but Mary, the writer tells us, stayed at the tomb weeping. Stayed at the tomb weeping. And as she wept, she bent over into the tomb and she saw two angels in white sitting in there. See, this is theology. This is the beauty of taking a story of Jesus and wrapping it in all kinds of meaning. Because Mary's like not quite getting it, right? There's now two other people in there. The writer says they're dressed in white. One's sitting on the one hand where Jesus' head would have been. One's on the feet where his body would have been. And they said to her, "Woman, why are you weeping? Why are you crying?" And she says to them, "They've taken my Lord, and I don't know where they laid him." And what we see Mary doing, again, she's still stuck in her reality. And it's a reasonable thing. This is the only reasonable conclusion that Mary can come up to given the facts that she knows. She's still there. They've taken my Lord. I don't know where he is. And she's weeping over this loss. And then the writer says, when she had said this, she turned around and she saw Jesus there, but didn't know it was Jesus. She's so overwhelmed by the facts, she doesn't know it's Jesus. And Jesus says to her, "Woman, why are you weeping? Whom are you looking for?" And this is so good. She thought it was the gardener. She thought it was the gardener. And she says to him, "Sir, if you've carried him away, tell me where you laid him and I will take him." She's distraught. The facts have overwhelmed her. And because of the facts that she had experienced, because it overwhelmed her, the facts were also verified by Peter and the other disciple who was a little faster than him. What happens? Mary sees what she expected to see: a gardener. She sees the facts that she's experienced, the facts that other people have experienced, and she sees the gardener. But this is where it gets really good. Jesus says to her one word: "Mary." Mary. And in that moment, she experiences the truth. And she turns to Jesus and she calls him Rabboni in Hebrew, which means teacher. See, it wasn't any of the facts that led her to the truth. It wasn't any of those facts. It was something else. It was when she heard her name. When it moved from facts to personal reality for her. It didn't matter what the facts said. Now it was truth. And here's what I don't want us to miss as we launch into this series today. Don't miss this, because this is the whole idea. When we look at this story, we see a person who has experienced facts about Jesus. We see people who experience facts about Jesus through Mary. They come to conclusions about them. And those are reasonable. They're not bad people, but they're not truth. The facts. So here's the thing. I think this happens all the time. I think it's happened from this moment, from the moment that we would say Jesus lives, from the resurrection, however you choose to think about resurrection. From that moment on, what other people have done with Jesus and Jesus' message and Jesus' life, it will shape our expectations of God, and it will distort the big T truth of God. Did you see that big T? I get the big T truth of God. Like all the facts that we hear, that we take as facts, that will affect what we expect. And so our anchor verse for this series over the next 4 weeks, what I'm going to encourage all of us to think about and explore, is Jesus' question to a group of his disciples. So Jesus is out teaching in the story that Matthew tells us, his version of the story of Jesus. Jesus is out teaching, and people are talking about Jesus because he's becoming pretty popular. His message is a subversive message. It's anti-Roman rule, imperial rule. His message is anti-temple leadership that's filled with oppression and domination. People that are poor and in the peasant class are getting a hold of his message, and they're starting to say things about Jesus. Like, oh, he's John the Baptist incarnate, or he's Elijah incarnate. Like, this is God's Messiah. And so he looks at his disciples and he asks this question: "But who do you say that I am?" Who do you say? And that's the question I want each and every one of us to wrestle with. Who do you say that I am? Who do you say that I am? And I want us to try and think through like all the facts that we've been given from people. People who say they love us. People who've gone to church. People who are like me and have the word reverend in front of their name. And I really do for some of you that doubt that. All these facts that we've been given, at some point, it becomes so important that we say, but who do I say that Jesus is? Because here's the thing, people's facts about Jesus still create expectations for gardeners. In other words, all the facts that we get handed about Jesus and God, it still creates in us such expectations that we mistake Jesus for other things. And that's what I want to explore for the next 4 weeks. I want to explore some very common ways in which we've heard facts and we've interpreted Jesus, and we've gotten into a very strange God. All right, are you with me? So here's what I want to talk about. I've got some props to help me. We're going to try and get through this really quick because we had to start 5 minutes late because y'all were late. So, all right, here we go. I'm just messing with you, but it's nice to see you smile, some of you. Okay, so here's the scoop. Here's what happens. And you'll resonate with this, I think so. But these are 4 common ways in which we think about God because of the facts that people have given to us, right? The first one is some people will take their facts about Jesus and they will turn Jesus into hippie God. Okay, and here's what hippie God looks like. Are you ready? Here's what hippie God looks like. First of all, hippie God has to wear tie-dye. Now, I'm going to tell you right now before I put this on, this is Dennis Anderson's shirt because I'm too cheap to go buy one. And Dennis Anderson said, I've got a tie-dye shirt, and he gave it to me, and it's a small. So you're welcome for that. But, whoa. Okay. This is Dennis telling me it's time to get running again. Okay, so, but this is hippie Jesus, right? Hippie Jesus, you all have met hippie Jesus, okay? Hippie Jesus certainly has long hair, which I used to have, but I can't grow it anymore, but right, this is hippie Jesus. Hippie Jesus has a bandana. How many of y'all resonate with hippie Jesus? And hippie Jesus would certainly have some pink glasses, right? Oh man, hippie Jesus says, man, we just got to love one another. It's all about love. Why are you so worked up? We just need to relax. Smoke some weed. We're in Colorado after all. Kick back. God's got it taken care of. Why are you so worried, man? Why are you so worried? And hippie Jesus, the problem with hippie Jesus is nothing ever gets done. The problem with hippie Jesus is we just think, oh, God's going to intervene and take care of everything. Meanwhile, the poor get poorer, right? The prisons get more full. Right? Communities that are in a minority status, whether because of race or gender or sexuality, continue to be excluded, continue to be oppressed, but everybody needs to just relax. It's a common misunderstanding. It's a common way. And I've got the Bible verses for it, and I'm going to talk about that one week. We're going to talk about hippie Jesus, all right? So here's the next Jesus. Are you ready for this? This one, many of you grew up with, FBI God. Some people turn Jesus into FBI God, right? And this is what FBI God does, right? You all know. FBI God doesn't wear pink sunglasses. FBI God wears aviators. And FBI God's got a notebook. And FBI God's got information on you and has been watching you and is always watching you and taking notes. And FBI God shows up at your door and says, we've got some questions for you about the movies on your shelf. And we've got some questions for you about that person who lives in this place with you. And we've been watching, and we're not happy. And you've broken some laws. I met a pastor one time. I will never forget this. How tight this shirt is on me right now. I'll never forget this moment. I'm having coffee with this pastor for the first time, and he says this to me. I'm not lying to you. He says to me, you know, I'm not the judge. I'm just the police officer. I just give people tickets and tell them they've got to appear in front of the judge one day. That's what he says. And some of you have lived that out, but that's a version of God. And here's the deal. I got the Bible verses for it. I've got the Bible verses for it. It's FBI God. FBI God is always watching, ready to kick down your door. And that door gets kicked down. Everybody's running like little rats. Flush it. Throw away the remote. We don't want God to know we watch TV. We're freaking out, right? That's FBI God. Now, here's another one, just so I can offend everybody, all right? Here's another one, right? CEO God. You know what I'm talking about, CEO God? CEO God has it together. CEO God has a plan. Quarterly reports, right? CEO God all dressed up. And I've got my bow tie here for you. Put that on. CEO God dresses well. CEO God's got the money to prove it. You all don't think I can tie this, do you? Without a mirror. mic drop moment right now on Easter. Boom. How's that look? I can't tell. Is that all right? Okay, there it is. So we got like, that. You applaud for that? Seriously? Think about the resurrection. People didn't even clap. I tie a bow tie. I was like, yes, very good. Okay. So we got CEO God, right? CEO God owns the field and needs laborers in the field, right? Got work to do. Quarterly reports, quarterly plans. Let's get some stuff done around here, people. People are dying and going to hell unless you get to work. It's on you. That will mess you up right there. And there is this reward system. It's going to be good. You work hard. I'm going to get you your bonus. You're going to get your end-of-life bonus, some crown, some jewels in your crown. Don't be like old Bob over there. He's a no-talent person. He buries his talents. You got to be a 2-talent, a 5-talent, a 10-talent. Go out and multiply it. It's CEO God. And here's my favorite one. This one has captivated the imagination of the American church. You're going to love this one. I told you I'm going to offend everybody. Okay, listen. Pizza delivery Jesus. Pizza delivery Jesus, all you got to do is call. I can't put the hat on, it's too. Jesus, can't see anything. Jesus just shows up. You order pizzas? Here you go. Be blessed. You have not because you ask not. Pepperoni? You got it. And if your pizza doesn't show up in 30 minutes or less, it's your fault. Because we don't make any mistakes. God doesn't make any mistakes, but you do. But God wants to just bless you. And if you ask for whatever you ask for in his name, you'll get it. Pizza, pepperoni, stuffed crust. What do you like? We got it. You'll be healthy and wealthy and wise. And all you got to do is ask for it. All you got to do is say the right prayer, go to the right church, dress the right way, do all the right stuff, all the right. This is the foundation of American religion right now. I believe it deeply. Pizza delivery, Jesus, at your door, at your service. Whatever you want. I just want to bless you. I just want to bless your life. I just want to bless you. Now, here's the problem. Look at me. Like, I can't believe we pay him for this nonsense. Listen. Now somebody comes up and says, well, do you believe in Jesus? Well, which one? Because what most people experience in life with God, and probably you would be included, okay, is this combination of all of these images. That there's a Bible verse to prove and say this is what it is, but none of it's real. So we say things like, well, do you believe in God? Well, which God? Is it pizza delivery God? Right? Or is it CEO God? Is it FBI God? Is it hippie Jesus God? Which one is it? You know, I love it, and I hope in this room we have some of you folks here that are deeply skeptical. Maybe you call yourself an agnostic. I'm going to try and take this off. Just this. Right? Maybe you call yourself an agnostic. Maybe you think of yourself as an atheist. Honestly, you're my kind of person. And I hope we have some of you in this space today. Because here's the thing. I have people sometimes that say, well, you talk to my friend. They're an atheist. My favorite is, will you talk to my child? They're like questioning God. I'm going to take off the Chippendale bow tie now. Okay. Listen. But here's the thing I found is I talk with a lot of people who are beautiful, wonderful human beings that say, oh, I'm an agnostic. I say, well, tell me about that. And they just start to tell me their story. And they've taken their facts and their experiences, and you've taken, if this is you in the room, you've taken your facts, your experiences, you've come to your conclusions, and that's okay. But here's what I found out. When I asked this question, well, tell me about the God you don't believe in. Inevitably, I get some combination of this, or some Zeus-like image, and I can look and say to that person with 100% belief, I don't believe in that God either. I'm with you 100%. And I can find Bible verses for that God. But that's not the God that I see in the person Jesus, in the historical Jesus. And so here's the thing. I honestly believe if we're going to move past this into something healthier, the best way to do that is to just wait at the tomb like Mary and listen for Jesus to say your name. It's amazing to me that as people who are grounded in a belief that Jesus lives, I've come to not really like the phrase Jesus is alive because that's a stagnant statement. Jesus is alive. I don't have to do anything. But this reality that Jesus lives is so prevalent to me in the world. It's hard to argue that. People can argue whether Jesus is alive in the resurrection. It's really hard, though, to argue that Jesus lives if Jesus is about like nonviolent, not living in the imperial systems of this world, but actually living in grace and love and truth. Like that Jesus lives. And that Jesus is supposed to live through his followers. But here's the thing, I find the best thing I can tell you, if that Jesus is alive, why have we made it all about, you just need to learn what I need to tell you about God? Why don't we trust people into the care of that Jesus and encourage people to just wait for their name? Because here's what I know, what changed my life was when I heard my name. No, I never heard a voice, but I heard that in the way of love and grace and acceptance and opening up my eyes to the bigness of God. So here's the thing. Remember the metaphor that was given at the resurrection by Jesus. When Jesus is raised in John chapter 20, he says, but go tell my brothers, go see my brothers and tell them I'm going to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God. It's a very Hebrew thing to do, to repeat the same thing, to say the same thing in two different ways. To my Father, your Father, my God, your God. What Jesus is saying, this is how you ought to think about God, Father. Now, here's what I want to say to you. You're in here and you had a really bad experience. You're tuning in online. You had a really bad experience with fatherhood. You know, you felt a measure of abuse, neglect, and so when you hear the word father, that does not evoke positive images for you. Take out the word father and put mother if mother works for you. It's a metaphor. Both are equally problematic, and both are equally right. But what Jesus is getting at here is God is the one who cares and provides and holds and defends and covers and never lets go the way a perfect parent would. And when we understand that, that will make us a better version of ourselves and it will make this world a better place. That spirituality does, that is held in this big deal of love as God, as father or mother or parent, whichever one works for you. And what happens when the facts of Jesus, what we can explore and we can talk about, when those meet with the truth of Jesus, the one who is living through us in this world, when those facts meet with the truth, all of a sudden we fall into the mystery of love. And that mystery of love exposes some things. It exposes the tyranny of a faith system that's grounded in doing and a relationship with God that is all about what I can do for God, how I can solve all the problems of the world, and it plants us firmly in the joy of being. That's what that metaphor does. I am just simply a child. I love that song they sang a few weeks ago. I'm simply a child of love. I'm a child of God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God, heirs of God, ones made in the image of God, however you want to think about that. But what ties you in to living in this view of God is this peacemaking, this love that goes out. Here's what's so amazing. The mystery of love will get bigger and better as you get closer and closer to God. That is a great mystery. Here's the only way I know to think about that. So lean in. We got to hurry up. I got to get you out of here. We got to get other people in here. But I don't want you to miss this. I think as we get closer and closer to God, the mystery ought to get bigger and bigger while God gets more and more obscure. That's why it becomes more of a mystery. God becomes more of a mystery the closer we get to what we call God. Right? Does that make sense? So as you get closer to something, you're actually losing sight of the whole, and it becomes more of a mystery. So think about the galaxy. This is the galaxy, right? This image. And if I say to you, Earth is in this image, you have a view of it. You're like, oh, yeah, that gets a speck there. And we're on it. This is the Milky Way galaxy. We're a part of it. And you see it from a distance, right? But then if you zoom in, you get a little bit of clarity, but you forget that it's part of this bigger system of things, and you see the Earth. So you have a little bit more clarity, like, oh, this is the Earth. That's beautiful. Look at it. It's like a sphere. It's actually not giving off light. It's reflecting light. We learned something there. That's powerful. Look at that. It's not, and it might be different, but if all I saw was the Earth, I've got a problem. But if I see it as a bigger part of the mystery, it exposes. But if I zoom in and get a little closer to Earth, depending upon where I zoom in and I'm asked, what's Earth like? I would say, oh, well, Earth's just like a big bathtub of water. That's all it is. So if I'm hovering over the ocean, I'm just looking at it as far as the eye can see, what would I know? If I'm stuck in that space, not grounded in something bigger, but as I get more focused, it actually becomes more and more obscured, and I could say, well, this is God, it's just the Earth is just water. That's all it is. But if I all of a sudden were to get zooming in and stand at a different spot, I could say, oh, well, God is just mountains with white stuff on it. Or that's what the earth is, excuse me. The earth is just mountains. There's no water here. I took this picture from the top of Mount Elbert a couple weeks ago where I almost died of stupidity for doing that in the winter. And you would look, I looked around 360 degrees, all you saw were mountains. And if that's all I saw, all I know, and if I was so sure of myself, I could easily have said the entire earth is just mountains. Why? Because the closer I get to it, I'm obscuring the whole, all that there is. And I could even go even deeper into the depths of the ocean, and I would see this guy down there. And if I got so focused on this, I'd be like, this is what an earthling is. Everybody on earth looks like this, and they live in the water. Because now I'm really dug in. Now I'm at the bottom of the ocean. I'm watching this, and I'm like, I can't get any closer. I'm so obscured if that's all I think it is. But if I'm grounded in mystery, if I'm grounded in something bigger, an understanding that it's not just what's right in front of me, all of a sudden, boy, I can look at the detail and go, oh, but this shows me God's bigger than I thought, because I was standing on a mountain a minute ago, and now I'm down here. And when I'm standing on the mountain, I can go, oh, God, this world is bigger than I thought, because I was just at the ocean, and there's mountains now. And then when I'm looking at the ocean, I can go, man, it's bigger than I thought. I just thought it was kind of a globe, and there were just different things. But as I got in, and then as I'm looking at the earth, I think, man, it's bigger than I thought. There's so much down there. Look at what I've experienced: squids and octopus and mountains and the oceans. And then if I zoom out even more, I'm like, imagine what else could be out there if this is one little speck. And it has to all be grounded in something bigger than what I could possibly ever imagine. And that's the beauty of the resurrection, because it grounds us in mystery. It grounds us in a truth that's bigger than what we can factually understand or historically identify. It's just bigger. So as we wrap up today, we have a song for you, and I ask this question every week if you're new, and it might seem like a weird question at first, but here's the question. Because I believe that God speaks. What we call God, love, whatever, however you choose to think of it, speaks to us and challenges us and shapes us if we'll listen. So what is God inviting you into today? God speaks to us through all types of things. Through songs on the radio, through flowers in the garden, through that person who doesn't know how to use a rotary in northern Colorado, roundabout. How is it you all have made it? God speaks to us. And in this moment, if we'll just pause, God will speak. I hope you hear God inviting you, if you're new to this thing of faith or returning, or maybe you've had a really bad experience where you felt excluded, that you didn't fit in, that your understanding of God, your experiences had no space in the heart of God. I hope that you hear God whispering to you, hey, you're my kid, and let's do this journey together for the next 4 weeks. And let's see if we can't explore some of these metaphors that have become wildly out of place. See if we can explore what's positive, the bright side of it, and what maybe the shadow side is, and what we can learn about ourselves along the way. Or maybe you're like me and you have a tendency to say, well, I just know it all. I've been at it for a long time. I'm 44 years old. My father was a pastor. I spent my whole life in church. I did the sinner's prayer thing. I went to the altar numerous times. If that's your background, you understand what I'm talking about. Scared to death that there was going to be some cataclysmic event while I was asleep and I was going to get left behind. All that nonsense that's traumatic and not anything of God. Nowhere in Jesus, the historical Jesus. And you just said, I can't do it anymore. Well, maybe you can stay with us. Or maybe you're in a space where I've been too, of like, I do know it all. I mean, I've done 7 years of school on this stuff. I read all the time. Like, I've been at it for a long time. I know it. And you've lost the mystery. Maybe you'd say, I feel God whispering, you've lost the mystery about me. You think you know it all. Come away with me and just experience me bigger than you could ever imagine. So that's what I'd like you to think about during this song. And then I'll be back out to speak a blessing over us and then force you out the side doors as fast as I possibly can. What's God inviting you into today? place today, I'd like to just speak a blessing into your heart. I really believe in the power of speaking words of truth. We hear so many things in our lives that tear us down. And I hope that you'll kind of receive this on your way out today. Drop that Connect card in the orange kiosk. If you're online, hit the submit button. You can drop your offering envelopes in there as well, or hit the submit button on your giving. That would be great. If you have something happening in your life and you'd like somebody to pray with you, we have professional prayers that have been fully trained to get God to do what we want God to do, and they can pray for you. No, we just have some normal people that would love to listen and believe that God will be present in the midst of whatever it is that's happening in your life. Or if you're watching online, you can text the word prayer to 970-500-0970 or click that live prayer button. So do me a favor. Here we go. All right? Got to loosen up a little bit, people. So I need you to just kind of open up your hands up a little bit. Some of you, I love your rebellious spirit. You sat there during the Connect card time and just looked at that timer. Refused to open it. So that's all good though, okay? So do me a favor, just open up your hands a little bit like this. Even the men in the room, I know it's kind of weird for us. I totally get it, right? Don't do this. That's not COVID safe. Just stay in your bubble, all right? And I want to give you this blessing. And they're going to help me get the blessing. There we go. It says, may the resurrection light keep you and bless you. May love cause its light to shine and illuminate your path this week. And may God become bigger than your best idea of hope. And may God become bigger than your best idea of grace. And may God become bigger than your best idea of justice. And may God become bigger than your best idea of mercy. And may God become bigger than your best idea of mother. And may God become bigger than your best idea of father. And may God become bigger than your best idea of love. And may God even become bigger than your best idea of God. And as God becomes bigger than your best, may you find the faith to entrust your hopes and your dreams, along with your fears and your failures, with this bigger and better God. And may this great big mystery of God, this great big mystery of resurrection light, this great big mystery of truth, this great big mystery of what the Bible calls a life hidden in Christ, may it be your joy. And may you find in it the power and strength to do the good works prepared for you before the creation of this amazing universe. Amen. Have an absolutely amazing Easter, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here. We'll see you next week.
showers in the month of May. The ground's still wet and the sky's still gray, but you're still shining. No cadences or chords to play, no melodies or words to say, but you're still singing, and it keeps me breathing. When I fall apart into a million pieces, when I don't know where to start, you put me back together. You put me back together again. When the waters rise and the levee breaks, through your tear-filled eyes and your hands that shake, darling, I'll be steady. When you're at the end of your tired rope, when you're feeling trapped and just need to go, darling, I'll be ready. When you fall apart into a million pieces, when you don't know where to start, I'll put you back together. I'll put you back together again. I'll put you back together. I'll put you back together again. When I fall apart into a million pieces, when I don't know where to start, when I forget where my peace is, when you fall apart into a million pieces, when you don't know where to start, I'll put you back together. I'll put you back together again. You put me back together. You put me back together again.
I just texted. Hey, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Easter at Crossroads. My name is Rod.
Yes, good morning. I'm Jessica. So fun to be together, and we're going to hang out.
We've had a great morning.
Yes.
Fantastic Easter weekend.
Great weekend so far.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So, Jess and I, with you guys in the room, we're going to need your help here. We're going to be ping-ponging some trivia questions. So, Jess, you want to go first, or you want to? How do you want to do
You
this?
have the official how to read it.
Okay, I'm going to do. Yes, I do. So let me go with the first question. So the first question is this: in the 13th. Okay, now let me put some ground rules here. Somebody was Google searching the answers. So what we're going to ask is you don't Google. Just kind of do your best.
Good clarification.
Yes,
It just only happened one service.
Yeah, but no Googling. Okay, so here's the deal. In the 13th century, the official church, whoever the official church is, they made an edict that this particular food item, a very specific food item, was banned to be eaten during Holy Week. So
13th century, the church banned a certain food. What do you think it was?
What do you guys think it is?
Googling?
Anybody? Yell it out. Somebody said something. Meat?
Meat's a good
That's actually
guess.
a great choice. Not correct, but that's a great choice.
Anything else?
Bread.
Bread.
Leavened bread. Actually, that would be another good choice, dude.
Good.
That wasn't it either.
Good guess.
I tell you what, we're going to tell you the answer, and it's a little surprising, actually. It was eggs.
Banned for Holy Week in the 13th century.
Okay, Jess, you go.
Okay, so Rod is a big candy guy.
Yes, I am.
I mean, we did this even at Oktoberfest. Your
That's
table is
right.
covered in
That's-
candy.
that's right.
So I'm not giving away any secrets, but Rod loves jelly beans. So we've been talking about it. How many jelly beans are consumed in America during the Easter season? I
So
say
just during
season
Easter.
because
Okay.
as soon as the jelly beans hit the shelves, people are buying them and eating them, right? So how many jelly beans are consumed the Easter season in America alone each year?
Anybody just yell out a number. 500
Whoa.
million. 500 million. That's okay. Anybody else?
Are you saying million? 500 mil.
Oh,
Oh, the
500
B.
500 billion. Okay.
Jessica's 500 billion.
Okay, anybody else? Have another number.
Anybody love those jelly beans yourselves?
Oh, come on. Help us out here. $389 million. Okay. Why don't you give out the
Thank
answer?
you for participating. 16 billion jelly beans consumed each Easter season in America.
So here's a new learning I had. I'm going to piggyback off this. What do you think the favorite? Well, a recent study just came out on March 15th of this year, naming the favorite jelly bean flavor for every single state.
Oh yeah, this is.
So
a good
what do you
one.
think is the favorite flavor for Colorado?
Don't Google it. Don't Google this. Don't.
Anybody can
How
yell
do you
it.
know this, Rod?
This study that came out, being the candy kind of person, I get these kind of studies sent to me. Other people get the news. I get candy
It
alerts.
gets sent to
I
you.
get candy alerts. Anybody, favorite flavor in Colorado? Green apple, cherry, strawberry.
We have cherry guess
Oh.
over here. That's a good guess. 'cause
Somebody
they're-
said something else. Root beer. Oh, that's a good one.
Ooh,
too.
that's a good guess.
Okay, this is going to be a little tricky because I think they're basing this off the Jelly Belly that has all those odd flavors, but it was juicy pear.
That
Yeah,
seems
I know.
weird to me to
I
be
know.
Colorado.
I know, but we also share this favorite with our neighbors in Wyoming as well.
That's their favorite.
Their
also.
favorite. So you know what? We don't have a lot of time, Jess. So we gotta. I think we
Okay.
should jump to
well, to what? You
what's.
said.
Let's jump to what's taking place today because we gotta.
Yes.
we need to
Okay,
talk about
so
what's going on.
today, especially if you're new, if this is your first time here, or even first time back in a year, which is wonderful, there are kids' busy bags at each of the doors. If you have kids in here with you, go ahead and get up and get a kid's busy bag. And also there's programs, so be sure we're going to be referencing these throughout. You can get up, get yourself a pen and program and all the things that we need. Ryan is launching a brand new series today, which is great. called Mistaken Identity.
Great message.
We'll experience some incredibly hopeful music.
And then what is taking place 4 months from now that we're introducing today?
Ooh, 4
Yeah.
months from now, Kids Adventure Camp returns in summer 2021, which we're super excited about. It's one of those things that we were unable to do last year in COVID. This year, it's the first week of August, and registration is now open. So go ahead and write that down.
And we just want to let everyone know, and we'll reiterate this a little bit later on in the service, but if you're a first-time guest here, we want to encourage you to make sure you take some time to fill out the card, because we have, you can pick up a free gift, this baby onesie, for example, at the Hope is Here swag table out front. But I tell you what, we're running this down. We're going to jump ship right now because we'll come back a little bit later on, but it's going to be a fantastic service. Thank you for joining us. Happy Easter, everybody.
Happy Easter.
In the darkness, we were waiting without hope, without light, till from heaven you came running. There was mercy in your eyes to fulfill the law and prophets. To a virgin came the word, from a throne of endless glory to a cradle in the dirt. Praise the Father, praise the Son, praise the Spirit, three in one. God of glory, majesty, praise forever to the King of Kings. To reveal the kingdom come and to reconcile the lost, to redeem the whole creation. You did not despise the cross, for even in your suffering you saw to the other side, knowing this was our salvation. Jesus, for our sake you died. Praise the Father, praise
Resurrection light awakens that which has always been true of us. Resurrection light invites us to release the captives, give sight to the blind, bring good news to the poor, and announce freedom to the oppressed. Resurrection light illuminates the truth of our souls. You are forgiven. You are whole. You are mine. Today, we find hope and life in the light of Jesus, who declared, I am the resurrection and the life. All who believe in me will live, even though they die.
The end and the beginning, the new reality outside my understanding, but still within my reach. As far as I can see you, you're closer still to me. You are the everlasting light. The end and the beginning, the new reality outside my understanding, but still within my reach. As far as I can see you, you're closer still to me. You are the everlasting light. Let's sing. End and the beginning, new reality outside my understanding, but still within my reach. As far as I can see you, you're closer still to me. You are the everlasting light. Even the darkest days are temporary. You are the everlasting light. Yes, you are. And all of the time and space could not contain you, 'cause you are the everlasting light. Even the darkest days are temporary. You are the everlasting light. And all of the time and space could not contain you, 'cause you are the everlasting
Okay, I just want to welcome you to Crossroads. It's so great that you're joining us here today. If you're joining us online, thank you for watching. And today's the day where we celebrate the light that was brought to this world through Jesus, through his death and resurrection. And we want to celebrate it. We want to be happy about it, but that's not all. We want to be a part of it. We want to be a part of the light. So we're going to sing a song now that talks about calling out the light in ourselves, because that's really how the light of Jesus works in our world, is through the people, right? So I want to invite you to sing this song with me. In the days when your heart feels like it's caving in, so that the peace begins. Sure as the dawn calls the sun, Jesus, we hear your love. Call out the light in us. Life's like a man, I can't contain it. Hope in the here and now. What a wide horizon in the rush of heaven. Life's like a man, I wanna live it wilder than
Welcome to Easter weekend. I'm Wendy Howell, and I want to wish you all a very happy Easter. It's hard to believe that this time last year, we were all experiencing Easter with Crossroads virtually together. Who could have known how this pandemic would shape our everyday normal lives? From virtual meetings and Zoom happy hours to being at home with kids all day, every day, and mask wearing, it has been quite the ride. Shout out to all of you amazing pandemic parents and caregivers. Over the past year, we have experienced deep loss together. We have learned how to love each other, be better neighbors, and go with the flow. We're reminded that again and again, life takes us through troubled waters. Again and again, we have doubts, we grieve losses, we stumble and fall. But in the midst of the cycle of chaos, God repeats a stabilizing truth. I created you, I love you, I choose you. Today we celebrate the resurrection light that shines again and again, and we see that light now. This Easter, we are celebrating the fact that we're able to gather together in person. We are celebrating the technology that still connects us near and far. If we've learned one thing this year, it's that our mission as Crossroads Peacemakers is as clear as ever. Let's take a look.
I got nervous, yeah. Okay.
We'll do it again. Let's do it again.
At Crossroads Church, we are passionate about inspiring, equipping, and encouraging peacemakers who work for justice and humbly serve others in their everyday, normal lives.
We are committed to the holistic health and safety of all our community members.
And we believe all people are loved and accepted by God equally and without qualification.
We love everyone by including and affirming all people regardless of race,
Gender, sexuality, class,
Disability, or immigration status.
We recently embarked on a 10-year peacemaking journey, committing time, talent, and financial resources to confront 5 unacceptable truths in our world.
Spiritual emptiness,
fear of others like racism, homophobia, and sexism,
illiteracy, poverty.
and human trafficking.
In all our work, we value inclusion,
and fun, generosity.
creativity, and wisdom.
We are orange dots of hope all over northern Colorado and the world.
Hope is here.
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 Well, I think if you want a picture of what Crossroads Church is about, you just saw it in those videos that we just saw. My name is Rod. I want to welcome you to Easter.
Yes, my name is Jessica. Welcome to Easter. So good to see everybody here in the room and online, literally joining us from everywhere. Easter with Crossroads 2021. So good to be together.
Absolutely. And, we want to let you know that you are welcome not only on Easter, but at any time. And I'd love to share with you how we meet regularly, whether in person here at 5420 North Taft Avenue in Loveland or online. We meet every Thursday evening at 6:30 p.m. and Sunday mornings at 9 and 11. And we hope you make plans to join us again.
Yes, and Rod, one of my favorite things has always been our kids and student programs here. And my family has been a part of it since birth. And now I have teenagers that volunteer with toddlers and school-age children, and they're part of the student ministry program. We are grateful. And we do want to say, if you are raising the next generation, we are here with you. We are for you. We want to partner with you and support you.
That's great, Jess. And if you're a guest today, or you came invited as a guest, or maybe you're somebody that just considers yourself new, well, we're glad that you chose to include us in your Easter festivities. And we want to encourage you with a gift today. And as you walked in, you may have seen we have this Hope is Here swag table where you have various different items like t-shirts, baby onesies, baby tees, a bunch of fun stuff. And as a kind of way to celebrate you being here today, if you fill out your Connect card, stop by and we can give you one of these items. The other thing is, if you're online and you fall into one of those categories, please let us know and we'll make sure that we get something out to you.
Yes, great. Yeah. And anybody's welcome to the Hope is Here swag table. So
absolutely.
Head over there after the service. Now, I'd like to point out our special Easter Connect card. So if you're in the room, go ahead and pick out your paper Connect card, and online. This is also digital. Now, one reason this is a special Easter Connect card is because if you fill out the front of this today and drop it in today, either digitally or later in the Hope Is Here boxes, you will be entered into a drawing for one free Kids Camp registration. Kids Camp, which is coming first week of August. So your Connect card enters you into that drawing. The other thing the Connect card is great for is just getting more information about our community here, how to engage in volunteering, peacemaking initiatives, many different things. So you'll see those options to check or click on your Connect card. If you're digital, do not click submit until the end of the service because we will be referencing this later as well.
But for all of us, and even online, you can get a bit of a head start because one of the things we're doing is recognizing Easter is maybe a time when many of you are choosing to re-engage with us as a community or coming for the first time, which is great. And we just want to update our roster so we can make sure we can get as much helpful information to you. So what we're going to do is we're building time in the service to do this right now, where our team is going to put on some super motivational, inspirational, card filling out music. And we're going to give us time to do that right now. So I'm going to actually fill out my card as well.
All right, it started. You have 30 seconds. Filled out, and even though I have filled out 4 this weekend, I promise to only submit 1, but I do like to win. So listen, one more thing, if you don't have kids like that you would donate your kids camp thing to, don't worry, we do. So we have children that we will donate that kids adventure camp in your name. So thank you for doing that. Also, I want to say your giving matters. We thank you for your generosity week after week after week. And there are several ways that we give online each time that we gather or give together each time that we gather. One way is to give online. Another, texting. You can text to give. You can mail in your giving, and we're also on Venmo. So you can find Venmo. If you're in the room, the giving envelopes will go in the Hope Is Here kiosk boxes with your Connect card at the end of the service. Thank you for your generosity. Many people are even giving above and beyond to our 2021 ministry emphasis called Peace is Worth It.
That's great, Jess. That is great. And right now, our team has put together some great music. I know they're looking forward to sharing with you. Enjoy.
Look around and you see that people are scared to say how they really feel.
All right. Happy Easter. You know what? Not that was awesome, but it was the best one out of the 4. There was like 12 of you that said it. We went from like 2 on Saturday night, about 3.5 in the 8:30, solid 6 at the 10, and then we went up to 12 or 14. We'll try it again, though. Happy Easter. And it's like the library. We're like, are we allowed to talk in here? I don't know. Is God going to get me? It's great to have everybody here. Thanks for tuning in. If you're online, joining in. My name is Ryan. I'm the lead pastor here. If you're in the room and you're a guest, let me also welcome you. Thank you for being with us today. If you are a regular attender, I wouldn't know it because y'all have been online. So, and this is my first Easter at Crossroads, by the way. I realized that. I did one with, because I've been here about 18 months, did one with. This is the first one with Crossroads and at Crossroads. So this is your first Easter here. You and me both. That's awesome. We'll see if, the jury's still out as to whether either of us will be back next Easter. So who knows what's going to happen in this. It'll be fun. But it is really great to be together. For those of you that are online, thank you for connecting. And I hope you have a meaningful experience if you're out in the atrium enjoying the sunlight, or if you're out on the patio in the near 80-degree weather. Thank you for being here today as we launch a brand new series called The Case of Mistaken Identity. All right, we're talking about mistaken identity. Y'all ever experienced the case of mistaken identity? Have you ever watched your kids do this? If you have kids, raise your hand up if you have kids. Raise your hand up in the house. You got kids. And I didn't say you wanted to keep them, just you have them. That's okay. You got kids. Have you ever watched your kid from a distance walk up to somebody that they thought was you? Right? And they like take their hand almost, or they walk a little ways, and then they like look up and they're like, what? And you're just sitting there hoping the whole time, maybe they won't know. Maybe they'll take them home. Maybe they won't. No. That's just me? No, that was just me when my kids were little. Right, we've had that experience. Have you ever done that? Have you ever walked up to somebody you thought was your spouse behind them, kind of gave them a big hug and realized, oh, I'm so sorry. That is not who I thought it was. It could be an embarrassing moment when we do that, right? This idea of the mistaken identity. One of the ways that we mistake identity that's really awkward is the embarrassing wave. Have you ever done that? Somebody's waving and you think it's at you, so you oh, no, not me. That moment. The worst is when somebody like calls, like, oh, come here. And you start to walk towards them, and you're like walking, and you, oh, no, that's them over there, right? Super awkward, weird. But we do this, right? We mistake people. We know what it's like. We know the proverbial saying, don't judge a book by its cover, right? And that's kind of related to the idea of mistaken identity. Don't judge a book by its cover, meaning we shouldn't take outward appearances to consider what a person's like on the inside. But we do that. I did that in college. There was a professor in my undergraduate work who he just looked like the most boring person ever created on the planet. I'm not going to lie to you. Like he looked older than Moses, and I just said to myself, I heard him talking in the hallway one time, and he talked like this. He talked about 30 words per minute. And I said, I can't handle 3 hours a week with that person. There's no way I'm doing it. So I avoided that professor my whole undergraduate. And then my final year, my final semester, senior year, undergraduate work, there's a course that I have to take, and he's the only one that teaches it. I'm like, oh. So I took it, and I was so angry because he was the best professor I ever had. Absolutely amazing. And I had taken facts that I had gleaned from my little experiences with him, and I had like pigeonholed him and come to a conclusion. And when I experienced him, right, in reality, it's like, oh, wow. And we do this all the time. We do it with our firsthand experiences, but we also do this with other people's facts, right? How many have ever used Yelp? Any Yelpers out there, right? You're trying to find a restaurant, you go on Yelp, see what people are liking. Or if you're going to order something on Amazon, what do? We go to the reviews, and we take other people's facts and we form our conclusions, right? There could be 1,000 positive reviews, 10 negative ones, and we're automatically going to be like, oh, I don't know. Because what do? We hear other people's facts and we come up with our own conclusions. And you've done this, I bet, if you're honest. Maybe you had this happen to you, or maybe you did this. Maybe let's imagine the scene. You're at work. There's a new employee. You're asked to participate in that new employee's orientation. And so you're to walk them around and just kind of show them where all the offices are, who everybody is, and just introduce them to everybody. And you're going and you go, oh, this is Bob, and this is Tim, and this is LaTanya, and this is, Sally, right? And this is Marjorie, and this is Miguel, and you're going through, and then you come to Stuart. Anybody in the house named Stuart before I go on? I just got to be careful, right? You got to pick this name. I don't know. So you come to Stuart, and you don't really know what to say, so you just say something like, well, you know what? This is Stuart. I'll just let you form your own opinion. And what's that code for? That's code for like, I don't like this guy, This guy doesn't like me. We don't talk. And we've actually given people information. It's like, oh no, I can't now form my own opinion because you have given me your facts, your experiences, and that's informing the way I think about it. And so we would miss like the truth of Stuart because of that one little experience, somebody else's fact. And that's how life works. Facts often cause us to avoid or miss the truth. The fact of my professor in undergraduate work that he looked like he was older than Moses, he talked really slow and quiet, and I thought, this guy's super boring. I missed the truth of what an amazing professor he was. I missed it. And you know what? No place do we see this in Scripture more apparent, this idea of facts and truth being intermingled and us losing the truth based on the facts, is in the stories of the resurrection of Jesus. Now, if you're here today, tuning in, out on the patio, in the room, and you would classify yourself as not a Bible person, like you're brand new to the whole Bible thing, you're like, oh no, they're going to talk about the Bible, and maybe you've even had a bad experience with the Bible, like somebody has used that Bible to tell you that you don't belong or that you're wrong, or they've weaponized the Bible, or maybe you have a long history of trying to follow it so that you can make God happy with you, and you've just kind of said, I'm out, and somehow you found you're back here today because mom said you're going, and so you're here, or she's really pretty, and you were like, okay, if I have to go to Easter to have Easter dinner with you, let's do it, right? Here's the thing I want you to know. I think our community really does deal and talk and think about Scripture in a healthy way. I don't think the Bible is a rule book. In fact, I think it's a really bad rule book if you take it that way. In fact, people who say, oh, I follow the Bible, I actually think we should be a little suspect of because we don't follow the Bible. We don't. Some of you in here, you say, well, I follow the Bible. Well, you look beautiful in your cotton polyester blend clothing, clearly violating the Bible, because we don't mix those two things and wear those clothing if we're going to follow the Bible. It's a complex collection of writings, but here's what Scripture is. The way I think about Scripture, and I think the way we talk about it here, is it's a book that offers us wisdom. It's a book that offers us a glimpse into a history of people in their time, in their space, trying to live a faithful life to honor their understanding of God. And we can glean all kinds of wisdom and all sorts of information. But I don't look at it as a rule book. If I follow it, then everything's good and God loves me. I don't think it works that way. So everybody can take a nice breath, because what we're going to do is try and explore a little bit of wisdom, find some meaning for our lives, our everyday, normal, Monday through Saturday life. And I want to look at this about 18 verses in one of the stories of Jesus' resurrection in what we call the Gospel of John. There's actually 4 stories of the resurrection of Jesus. None of them agree, by the way. They're all different. They look alike in some ways, but they're all very, very different. So it's not history that we're being given. We're being given theology. We're being given interpretation of traditions that have been handed down. And I just want to look at one of those stories of Jesus and what we call the resurrection. And it's how there's this intermingling of facts and truth in it. In John chapter 20, verses 1 through 18, it says this: On the first day of the week, Mary of Magdala came to the tomb early in the morning while it was still dark, and saw the stone removed from the tomb. Now, Mary Magdala was probably one of the most important disciples in the story of Jesus. She's one of the women who followed Jesus around, had her life changed by the message of Jesus, her encounters with Jesus. So she's there at the tomb. She goes in, stones rolled away, freaks her out. So what does she do? She runs back, and she finds Simon Peter, one of the disciples, one of the 12. Simon was the impetuous one, right, who was always telling Jesus what he shouldn't do, what he should do. Peter was always in trouble, and Jesus was always like, oh, Peter. I think Jesus probably had like a permanent imprint on his forehead from Peter, right? And so she goes to Peter, Simon, and to this other disciple whom Jesus loved, which I think is the funniest way to describe this disciple. A lot of people think that this book, it's written in the name of John. It could be written by the disciple John, probably wasn't. It's pretty late. But this idea, it's written in the tradition of John, who was the one that Jesus loved, is how it comes, right? And so it's kind of funny the way this is written. But so he goes to these 2 disciples, and she says, they've taken the Lord from the tomb, and we don't know where they put him. Now, what we get here is Mary is doing what we all do. She's making sense of the moment with the facts that she's experienced. Right? Mary was there. She saw Jesus crucified. She saw him dead, unmistakably. And here's why we can assume that. The texts tell us that she was there. Some texts tell us that the women were there. Some texts tell us very specifically that Mary was there. But Roman crucifixion was not like what you see in paintings, where there's this big cross way off to the side that's really tall, and everybody can see it from a distance. Roman crucifixion was much more in your face. Roman crucifixions were the pole was placed in the ground, and the person who was condemned to death would carry the crossbeam, and they would be crucified at eye level. Because Rome wanted everybody to see this is what happens when you mess with us. We are the powerful ones. And so there was no mistaking it. It wasn't like it was at a distance. Mary knew he was dead. I saw them take him off the cross. I know the tomb. I saw him laid in the tomb. He's gone. So she just comes up with what is perfectly reasonable given her experience. So Peter and the other disciple, they went out and they came to the tomb, which would have been enough information, but whoever wrote this decided to tell us about a foot race between these two disciples. This is what it says. They both ran, but the other disciple ran faster than Peter and arrived at the tomb first. No idea why that's in there. No clue. I think it's the funniest thing, though, that in the story of the resurrection of Jesus, we're caught up in who's faster. It's just funny to me, and we just shouldn't gloss over it. We should recognize it, that a man probably wrote this because only men would worry about who got there first. Right? All the ladies are like, amen. Like Mary's wondering where Jesus is. The disciples are like, I bet I could beat you there. So here's what it says. The first one got there, right? The other disciple, the unnamed one, who Jesus loved, right? A little better than the others, I guess. Maybe it's because he was so fast. Jesus was like, you're my guy, right? Go get me some food. I don't know. So the one that gets there first, he arrives at the tomb, he bends down, and he sees the burial cloths there, but he doesn't go in. He's a little freaked out. He doesn't want to go inside the tomb. Who can blame him? Come on, let's be honest. That would creep me out too. Like, I'm not going in there. You go in there. So Peter arrives after him, of course. We have to know that. He comes in huffing and puffing, and he goes down into the tomb. He actually goes in, and he sees the burial cloths there, and he sees the cloth that had covered Jesus' head, but it wasn't with the burial cloths. It was rolled up in a separate place. They weren't together. And then the other disciple who also went, by the way, the one who arrived first, it's in there. Like, this is in the original Greek. I'm not making this up. Right? They're just caught up on who gets there first, which I just find hilarious. Right? So the one who got there first, by the way, he beat Peter, he saw and believed. He saw, but now you would read that, and initially you might think that means, oh, he believed that Jesus was alive. But no, that's not what it means, because the writer goes on to say, for they did not yet understand the scripture that he had to rise from the dead, and so the disciples returned home. What did they believe? Well, they believed the facts that were given to them by Mary, that Jesus had been taken. The facts persuaded the disciples to believe Mary. They got their own facts. He's not here. He's dead. We know he was buried. So they believed Mary. Facts are funny like that. Facts can keep us away from the truth. So the disciples, in true disciple fashion, the male ones, they head off. Peter's like, I want to re-race. I want to redo. I want to see if I can beat you back home, right? But Mary, she stays outside. She's weeping. She's in deep mourning and loss, and she is so distraught that Jesus' body has been taken. And as she wept, she bent over and she looked into the tomb, and there were two angels sitting in there. Well, that's weird. You'd think she'd start like peppering them with questions, but she doesn't recognize that they're angels. But the writer says, well, one was sitting at the head and one at the feet where the body of Jesus had been. And they see her weeping, and they say to her, woman, why are you weeping? Why are you weeping? And she says to these two people there that we're told are angels, but she doesn't seem to recognize them as angels. She says, well, they've taken my Lord, and I don't know where they laid him. Again, Mary's just doing what we would all do. She's coming up with the reasonable conclusion based on the facts. He's dead. He's not here. He's gone. Somebody took him. We shouldn't criticize her. We shouldn't think of her as having little faith. Or she's just doing what we would all do with the facts that we've been given. She has a case of mistaken identity, but it's based on facts. Here's where it gets really good. When she says this, they've taken him, she turned around and she saw Jesus there, but she didn't know it was Jesus. So Jesus is standing right in front of her, but she doesn't recognize it as Jesus. And this person, Jesus, says to her, woman, why are you weeping? Repeats the question of these two angels or men or whatever. Says, why are you weeping? Whom are you looking for? And I love this. I love it. I love it. I love it. Scripture says she thought it was the gardener. She thought it was the gardener. And so she says to him, sir, if you carried him away, tell me where you laid him, and I will take him. I will take him. Here's the thing. Just like all of us, Mary saw what she expected. The gardener. She has an encounter with this living Jesus, but she wasn't expecting it. The facts told her otherwise. Her experience with Simon and this other disciple who could run much faster than him told her he's gone, he's taken. Nobody could think anything otherwise. So why would she think it would be Jesus there? So she has Jesus confused. She thinks it's the gardener. She misunderstands. It's a case of mistaken identity. And here's what's so powerful. In that moment, Jesus doesn't get angry. Jesus says, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Mary, right now? After everything we've been through, after what is it? I'm the gardener. Seriously? You know what he says? Mary. He just says her name. He just says her name. And in that moment, when she hears her name, she turns and she says to him in Hebrew, Rabboni, which means teacher, which means it's you, oh my God. Like literally. All she heard was her name. She had all the facts given to her from her own experience, from the experience of others, but Mary learned the truth, not from the facts, but when she heard her name in that very personal experience. Now, don't miss this. We could get caught up in the story and, well, was it angels? Was it not angels? We could get caught up in the historicity, all that stuff. That's not the point. That's not why we're given this. We're given this to get an understanding of the meaning. And I think we can look at this and we can apply it to our lives and we can say, here's what happens over and over and over again. We all have our facts about Jesus. We all have the things that we've experienced. And those facts and the facts of what other people have experienced, what they've done with Jesus, these things shape our expectations and they distort the truth of God, the big T truth of God. That this is what happens. That you and I have encountered people. I've been one of those people that you've encountered. That what I say, my experiences, what I understand, it shapes what you think about Jesus. It shapes what I think about Jesus. It shapes my expectations. And at the end of the day, it distorts the truth of God. That's what happened to Mary. All her facts, all the experiences of Simon and the really, really fast disciple, all those things, it shaped her expectations. So when Jesus shows up, she doesn't even know it's Jesus. She thinks it's the gardener. But she has to have that personal experience. So here's where we're going for the next 4 weeks. This is what I'm inviting you into. And I hope you sense God is that we're going to explore this big question that Jesus asked his disciples at a different time. In Matthew chapter 16, verse 15, Matthew's looking at his disciples and they all start talking about Jesus because Jesus is becoming well known. People are starting to really encounter Jesus and like, who is Jesus? Like, what is he all about? He brings this message to the poor. He brings this message against Roman imperialism. He brings this message of freedom. He brings this message that you don't have to follow all the rules of the temple to be right with God. He brings this message that you're forgiven. You don't even have to ask for it. You're forgiven. That you're not sick because you're full of sin. He brings all these beautiful statements that are so contrary to the power structures of the day. So he's gaining followers, and people are wondering, and he's performing miracles according to people that were around. And so all of a sudden, he looks and he says, well, they come to Jesus, say, Jesus, people are saying this, and people are saying that. Because he says, well, who do they say I am? So, John the Baptist, come back to life, or Elijah come, or this, that. And I love that Jesus looks at his followers right there, and he says to them this question. This is what we want to explore. But who do you say that I am? Who do you say that I am? And I'm impressed right now. Like, right now, if you're in here and you're 13 years old, 12 years old, you should think about that question. Who is Jesus? And you should be okay with what your answer is right now. This is what I think Jesus is right now. If you're 20 or 30 or 40, who do you say Jesus is? It'll change because we have to recognize that people's facts about Jesus are always creating in us expectations. And here's what I actually believe has happened over the years. I think that people have taken Jesus, and not maliciously. I don't believe it's necessarily maliciously. I think sometimes it is. I think sometimes people have malicious intent in religion and faith to control and manipulate and get their way and get wealthy and get power. I think all that exists. But I think the far majority of this happens are just like Mary, very innocent. We take our facts about Jesus, we create expectations, and at the end of the day, what's happened is it's created in us an expectation for gardeners and not God. Like we have all these images that are out there and all these ideas of God, and they're based on people's facts and explorations. And that's what this series is about. We're going to spend the next 4 weeks exploring 4 of, I think, one of the most common ways in which we distort the image of God. And I've got Bible verses for all of them. You could find a Bible verse for all of them. This is the problem with taking the Bible as like a rule book, because I could take one verse and I could create a whole way of manipulating and abusing people, and we see it over and over and over again. And so here's the 4 Jesuses that we're going to talk about, the 4 gardeners. Are you ready? Okay, let's close in prayer. Happy Easter, everybody. Are you ready? Okay, we're going to talk about 4 gardeners over the next week. Some of you are like, I don't really care. I'm not coming back. Fair enough. All right, so here we go. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Let's see if I can convince you to come and check this out. See which one of these resonates with you. Okay, so the first way is this: people's facts, right, that we're handed. We've experienced these. Maybe you experienced, maybe you grew up in a system, a structure. You encountered somebody who this was their God. All right, so here's their. People take their facts about God, and they form what we'll call hippie God. First God is hippie God. You ready for this? Hippie God. Hippie God wears tie-dye. So we got to put on some tie-dye. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now. This is Pastor Dennis Anderson's shirt. And while Dennis and I might be the same height, he wears a small and I do not. Hippie Jesus. Right? That's what we do. We take our facts, the things that we hear. Oh, God is love. I got to figure out how to put this on, right? Hippie Jesus has long hair, of course. Where are you? I've worn this thing enough times. Okay, here we go. Right, like hippie Jesus, right? Hippie Jesus has all these statements that we find in the Bible about God is love and just rest in God and God cares for you, right? And we got hippie Jesus. Hippie Jesus wears a bandana, of course. We all know that, right? How's everybody doing? Hippie Jesus, right? And hippie Jesus has to have, of course, hippie Jesus has to have glasses. Where are my glasses in here? I don't know where my glasses are now. But hippie Jesus says to us, hey, just relax, right? Hippie Jesus is also cousin it Jesus, I guess. But like, here's the deal. Like hippie Jesus is just like, just chill out. Hippie Jesus is like, if hippie Jesus' favorite line is, God's in control. You just relax. Hippie Jesus always has the munchies for some reason, too. I don't know why. Just always having the munchies. Right? And hippie Jesus just like, we have the Bible verses, man, God is love. And we can just rest in God. Come away with me, my beloved. Hippie Jesus is kind of related to boyfriend Jesus, too. We'll talk about that a little bit. You know, slow dance with me, Jesus. Just relax. And just chill out. Check the vibe. Whoa, 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 whoa. It doesn't matter what you do, just relax. But here's the problem with hippie God, hippie Jesus. Nothing gets done. Nothing ever gets done. Poor people get poorer. Oppressed people become more oppressed. Because hippie God tells us just wait. And people who follow this hippie God understanding, it's like, well, God's going to intervene. There's no understanding of a collaborative God that is waiting for us to participate in the kingdom, right? It's just this idea of, well, you know what? I don't have to worry about it. God's God. Meanwhile, nobody's becoming freer, right? There's just a handful of people that are just chill. Okay, so that's hippie God, all right? Hippie God. Now, some of you didn't grow up with hippie God. Some of you might, I don't know. But the next one, and this one is pretty common. You probably have heard it. The next one is, of course, FBI God. Oh, I'm caught on my FBI God. You all know what FBI God looks like, right? FBI God still wears a really tight, oh my gosh, I can't breathe. Okay, FBI God. Yeah, I've been watching. Been surveilling you. Been watching your history, watching your webcam, watching how many times you go to church, been watching what you put in that giving envelope. I'm going to stop by. We got enough evidence, put you away for a good 5 years. That's the way we think about it. I met with a pastor one time, I kid you not. This pastor said to me, he said, Ryan, he said, you know what I tell people? And then this is a seasoned pastor in a long time. He says, you know what I tell people, Ryan? I tell people, I'm not the judge, but I am the cop. And I'll write you a ticket, just so you know. One day you're going to have to stand before God. That's my job. I want you to be ready. So, here's your ticket. See you in court. And this God, problem with this God, right, is you're never relaxed. You are scared to death. Right? Like every knock at the door, it's like, it's God! Flush it all! You're grabbing your trash can, clearing all the DVDs off of the counter, you know. Like, pour the liquor out, God's here, you know. Clearing the iPad, clearing the history on everything you can, freaking out, because that's what God is. It's just this God that investigates and checks things out. He's always watching. But then we also, because I want to offend everybody today, by the way. We've also got CEO God, right? Some people, they take and they turn Jesus into what I'll call CEO God. CEO God is really an intense God. CEO God owns the field, right? And CEO God says, hey, listen, the field is ripe unto harvest. I went King James on you there for those of you. And so pray that the Lord of the harvest sends more laborers. You don't think I know how to tie this without a mirror. I'm about to impress the snot out of you right now. How is that right there? Bam. That's like a mic drop moment for a guy that lives his life in T-shirts, okay? That's not bad for no mirror. Thank you very much. CEO God's got a plan for this world. And you're enrolled, like you're on. We filled out the paperwork. You signed on the dotted line. We've hired you. We gave you a signing bonus. It's called heaven. Hello. Just for showing up, I'm going to give you that one. But here's the deal. I got a whole bonus structure for you. If you can multiply your talents, if you can double them, go from 2 to 4, go to 5 from 10, 10 to 20, I'll make sure you get some jewels in your crown. Mind you, you're going to have to lay it down at the feet of Jesus later on, but hey, it'll still be cool to make everybody jealous. And so we have this God that has a plan, work to be done. You're enrolled. Let's get things going. Let's fill it out. And here's the thing about this God. It is exhausting. It's just exhausting. And you're always wondering, am I going to make the bonus? Am I not going to make the bonus? Like, is God pleased with me? Is God not pleased with me? It's not so much about rules. It's just about work. I got to get work done. I got to get work done. I got to get work done. But I got a Bible verse for this. We can find them. Now, here's the last one. And this is the God that has captured the heart of the American church. All right? Here it is. This is the best one. This is pizza delivery Jesus. You know what I'm talking about? Pizza. How many of y'all order pizza still? Of course you order pizza. It's a pandemic. Nobody goes buys pizza, right? Pizza delivery Jesus. All you got to do is ask any kind in my name, and I'll deliver it right to your door in 30 minutes or less, hot and fresh. That's all you got to do. You just got to pray hard enough. You got to live the right life because God ultimately wants to bless you because you're the head and not the tail. Come on, say amen, somebody. Right? God doesn't have losers. God has winners. And God wants to bless you. And forget about that whole blessed are the poor. Forget about that whole blessed are those who weep. Let's just forget about Jesus for a second. Because God just wants you wealthy and healthy. And God's got more than you could ever imagine for your life if you will just surrender everything. Just put your order in. Ding dong. Here it is, nice and fresh. But here's the problem with pizza delivery, Jesus. Sometimes the pizza comes cold and half eaten. And you got to deal with that mess. And what are you going to put a comment card in the box? You're going to fill out a Yelp review on God? No, how that works is, well, now the problem is you. You just don't believe enough. You don't have enough faith. You haven't given enough. You haven't asked the right way. There's still sin in your life, whatever that looks like, because it falls apart. But this is it. This is the prosperity version of God. And I've got all the Bible verses for it. And so here's the problem, right? Here's what we're left with. Then you ask somebody, or somebody asks you, do you believe in God? And you're this hot mess of tie-dye, pizza delivery, a sport coat, a Chippendale bow tie, right? And you say, do you believe in God? And here's my question. Well, which one? Which one? Because I got a Bible verse for all of them. And they've been used for me and against people forever and ever. So which one? I don't know. Because we think we got it. We're so sure and certain of it. This is who God is. You know, I get this opportunity to talk with people, and I get to meet with folks that they call themselves agnostics, or they refer to themselves as atheists, and I hope some of you in here today, maybe you classify yourself that, right? I'm going to try and take this off, only this, okay? right? You classify yourself as an agnostic, as a person who says, I think there's probably some sort of God, deity functioning behind everything, but I just don't know that we could ever know it. Maybe you would say, well, I'm more of an atheist. I just don't believe in God. And I've had people say, I'd like to talk with you, and that's wonderful. And I have great conversations. If I'm honest, I find a lot of atheists to be far more Christian than Christians that I've encountered. I just don't know it. But maybe that's you, right? And so somebody says to you, well, which God? It's making sense, right? But here's what I found. I have a conversation. This happens particularly with teenagers. I get a teenage parent who loves their kids and is scared to death because their kid starts to question ideas of God. They say, what do you mean? They're saying they're an atheist. I said, sure. So we sit down and we meet. And I tell mom and dad, I said, just so you know, I'll meet with them. But there's a good chance I don't believe in their God either. And you sit down and I'll talk with people who say they're atheists. I said, well, tell me about the God you don't believe in. Like, let's forget about what I might say about God or what somebody says about it. It's like, tell me what you say isn't God. And I can tell you right now, I've never had a conversation with an atheist agnostic person who describes the God that they don't believe in, and I don't look at him and couldn't say with 100%, I don't believe in that God either. I'm totally with you on that. Because it's usually in the form of one of these. And so what are we to do with that? I think we do what Mary does. I think in faith, weeping, not knowing what to believe, we just wait at the tomb and listen for our name. Because there is more power in that very personal encounter with what we call God, the resurrection, the universe, whatever word you want to use. There's so much power in that moment that solidifies things far more than the facts, and certainly far more than other people's facts. And so I want to encourage you, remember the metaphor that Jesus gave at his resurrection in John chapter 20. This is what he said. But go to my brothers and tell them, I'm going to my Father and your Father, to God and my God. That beautiful metaphor of Father seems to be the fundamental way in John chapter 20 that Jesus wants us to think about God. And I understand that for some, that word is not a good word, that you have had a terrible experience with a father. And so when somebody says that God is a father, that's equally as bad for you and your framework because the facts of your life. So if that's an issue for you, replace the word father with mother. If you had a wonderful experience with a mother figure as a parent who cared for you and nurtured you and protected you and loved you unconditionally and was always there for you, that's the premise behind the word. Right? I mean, to say that God is father or God is mother, they're metaphors. And they're metaphors that are meant to bring meaning and make sense in the world in which we live. I think what Jesus wants us to do is to say, you know what, when you fundamentally will start at this space of God, however you think about God, you have to think about God as that presence that is holding you, caring for you, loving you, nurturing you, never letting you go, no matter what happens in your life, no matter how much you hate, love, work, that's the grounding metaphor. It changes everything. And this can make me a better person, and it can make this world better. This understanding, this depth of mystery. Because here's the thing, when the facts about Jesus, all the things that people say, all the stuff that we hold to, that facts change. I hate to break the news to everybody, it just does as we grow, as we live, our facts change. But when those facts will meet up with the truth of Jesus, I think we fall into this mystery of love. Like that's the result. And that produces so much good, the idea of mystery. Because love exposes some interesting things. Love exposes the tyranny of doing. That if I model all of my framework around faith and around a relationship with the God of the universe as one who does, I miss out on the joy of being. And love transforms that. A parental love transforms that fundamentally because you love your children regardless of what they do, simply because of who they are and what they're your children. You are a child of God. That is the inherent truth of every human being on this planet in my framework of God. Now, do we believe it all the time? No. Do we treat people like they're? No. But I think the fundamental truth, whether the facts convey it, what facts I've been given. And that mystery of love only becomes bigger and better as you get closer and closer to God. And as you get closer and closer to God, I think that God becomes more and more obscure and the mystery becomes more known. Here's what I mean by that. Hang on with me, okay? We're going to wrap it up. We did start 5 minutes late because you all were late, okay? We didn't want you to miss the opening, all right? So here we go. Stay with me. Imagine the Milky Way, right? This is the Milky Way. This is our galaxy right here. And say, well, what is Earth? What is Earth? Oh, well, it's one of those specks there, probably kind of bottom left quadrant. Oh, so it's like universe dust. Right? We see the whole big picture here, and we make a decision like this is what the earth is. But if you zoom in a little bit closer, you get a picture of the earth that looks a little more clear but distorts the universe, right? So the universe that it's a part of gets distorted, but the earth is a little clearer. And you say, oh, wow, the earth, it's round. Look at that, it's round. And it doesn't give off light, it reflects light. That's powerful. Look at it. And it's got different colors, kind of like a marble. It's awesome. But here's the thing, if you were to zoom in and get a little closer to Earth and then be asked, well, what's Earth? You'd say, oh, well, Earth is flat, depending upon where you land. You'd say Earth is flat, and it's just water. It's just a big bathtub. There's just water. So that's all you can see. That's your fact. It's a fact. Earth is water. This is what Earth is. This is how you describe it. But here's the interesting thing. If you dropped into Earth from space in a different place, it would be completely different. And you could say, oh, this is Earth. Earth is these mountains and snow. And as you're getting closer and closer, you're obscuring the whole, right? The universe is obscured. The actual globe itself is obscured. You don't see any water. I actually stood on that. That's my picture, thank you very much. I stood there 2 weeks ago, almost died. It was foolish. I died of stupidity getting to Mount Elbert, the highest point in Colorado. And you look 365 degrees, it's all mountains. It would be easy if somebody said, that's the only place I've ever been, to say, well, what is the earth? Well, it's just mountains. As far as the eye can see, it's just mountains. It's flat as can be, but you just got these mountains. And so it's obscured the world. And we could even go further. We could dive into the deepest part of that ocean, and you dive deep in and you see this guy down there. And if you don't know anything about Earth, and you get down there, you open your eyes like, oh my gosh, this is what an earthling is. This is who lives here. Right? If we don't hold the mystery, if we don't hold the grandeur, the bigness of something, the closer we get to it, the more that mystery and the more the reality of it gets obscured by what we're seeing in front of us. But if we hold the mystery, when we look at that little squid, right, and we think about our time back up in space, we go, oh man, this world is bigger than I thought. It's not just water, it's a squid. Look at this thing. I would have never known that. And as we're standing on mountains, we go, boy, this is bigger than I thought, because I was just over at oceans. I had no idea this was here. And when you're standing at the ocean, you're like, oh, there are mountains over there. I had no idea. Or I was just looking at this from space. And now as you see the whole, you're like, oh, wow. I mean, I saw mountains. I saw ocean. I saw a squid. I don't know what to expect. What else is there? Because it's bigger than I thought. And then you just zoom out and you look at the whole universe. You look at the whole galaxy. You're like, imagine what's out there. Imagine what one of those little specks holds, the beauty of it and the majesty of it. You see, I think God is like that. The farther away from God, we have this big picture of greatness. But here's what religion tends to try and drive us into one way of looking at God and understanding God. And we miss all the rest. And we get caught on one of these metaphors. So as we wrap up, I think the resurrection invites us to recognize that there's something beautiful and majestic and bigger than history and bigger than our facts in this idea that Jesus lives. So as we wrap up today, what is it that God is inviting you into? I like to ask this question every week. And if you're new, it's a weird question because it does presuppose a few things. That there is something called God. This something called God is personal. And this something called God is trying to get our attention. And while I believe and hold that to be true, I also believe that this God is also completely transcendent, is bigger than we could ever imagine, but yet somehow whispers into our hearts and our lives, personally, says our name, Mary, Ryan, Jim, Sarah, Tanya, Sophia. This is what happens. And so I just want to give you a few moments to consider what God might be inviting you into today, given what you've heard or experienced. Maybe you're new to Crossroads, new to the whole faith thing. Maybe you're returning because, boy, you don't want to have anything to do with it because the Bible had been used as a weapon for you and God, and you were told that your very personhood had no place in God, that you yourself were an abomination. Some Bible verse had been used to exclude you, and you just found your way back here because maybe you heard this was a space that was different. You hadn't given up on God, but you certainly had given up on the idea of a community that would love you and welcome you and be life-giving and modern. And here's the thing. I hope that you'll hear maybe God whisper your name and say, child, just hang here for 4 weeks. Just hang here and explore how some of those ways that I've been talked about, that they missed it, and maybe how they got it. How some of those metaphors have some good parts to them, but how they can cause harm and damage, and how we need to hold it carefully. We can't say God is the ocean, right? We can't say the earth is the ocean, because there's so much more. And maybe you're like me. You've been around this thing for a long time, and you're pretty comfortable and you're pretty confident that you know exactly who God is and how God functions. And maybe today you're hearing a whisper. Do you even need faith? Is there any mystery involved anymore? Do you just know? Do you have it all figured out because you read a Bible verse or you followed your favorite blogger? But what about the bigness? Maybe you'd say, yeah, I've lost the mystery. I've had it. And I feel like God is whispering to me that maybe I need to set aside some of these metaphors and these understandings and embrace a bigger, better version. So we're going to sing this song as just a prayer together. You're invited to listen or sing, and then I'll come out and give you a blessing, and we'll get you out of here to enjoy the rest of your day with your family and friends, hopefully having had a meaningful encounter together on this Easter.
Help me read the
to say thank you. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for opening your heart up to what God might want to do in your life through this experience of the resurrection, through this great mystery that Jesus lives, that facts seem to deny. But I just can't help but when I see the world and see love persist in the face of evil, that Jesus lives. So I have a blessing I'd like to say over you and speak into you. I do believe in the power of speaking truth into our hearts and our lives and us opening ourselves up to that. And before I do that, if you have something going on in your life and it's just kind of maybe a difficult season right now, and that could be a good thing that produces difficulty, and you just like somebody to pray with you, we have some people who have been professionally trained to pray in such a way to make God do whatever we want, and so they'll be happy to pray. I'm just kidding. They're just normal people like you. They're just normal people that want to make sure that nobody has to leave here feeling like they're alone. And so if you'd like to pray with somebody, we'll have some folks here that would do that. If you're tuning in and you'd like to pray with somebody, you can either click on the live prayer or you can text the word prayer to 970-500-0970. Okay? So here's the deal now. I know you're a rebellious bunch. You know how I know that? Because when we gave you music to fill out your Connect card, most of you just sat there and watched Jess and Rod fill it out. I'm not filling it out, okay? So as a rebellious bunch, just own it. It's okay. It's all good. I think you got to have a little bit of rebellious one in you to follow Jesus, all right? So here's what I'd like for you to do. Is just open your hands up a little bit, just a little bit. Just like this. Like, you don't have to go full on. Like, you can if you want to, but just be careful with your COVID, all right? Just to stay in here, all right? And just as a posture of our bodies to just receive. Just to imagine like those big ocean waves. If you're standing on top of the mountains, the gusts of snow, imagine the wind, the warm wind that's going to blow across northern Colorado today. Just imagine that, and as you hear and receive these words, may the resurrection light that we've celebrated today bless you and keep you. And may love cause its light to shine and illuminate your path this week. And may God become bigger than your best idea of hope. And may God become bigger than your best idea of grace. And may God become bigger than your best idea of justice. And may God become bigger than your best idea of mercy. And may God become bigger and bigger than your best idea of mother. And may God become bigger than your best idea of father. And may God become bigger than your best idea of love. And may God even become bigger than your best idea of God. And as God becomes bigger than your best, may you find the faith to entrust your hopes and dreams along with your fears and failures with this bigger and better God. And may this great big mystery of God, this great big mystery of resurrection light, this great big mystery of truth, this great big mystery of what the Bible calls a life hidden in Christ, may it be your joy. And may you find in it the power and the strength to do the good works prepared for you before the creation of this universe. Amen. Have an absolutely amazing week, everyone. I hope to see you again next weekend.